Bobby Marizio, the only thing I can tell you is next time you need to buy race car parts, pick up the phone and call TravisSalter.com and all will be forgiven. Or SalterRacing.com and all will be forgiven. He'll get you squared away on your parts. The old domino game will become a thing of the past, except for when I bring it up. So it looks like we got Shannon taken care of, lined up, loaded in, and ready to go. Jimmy Lewis, pretty much loaded up and ready to go. Just wait for the official word, and there's the word. Fire them up, boys and girls. Let's get back after it. Round number 1 of our Top Sportsman action. Ready to get underway one more time. So as the blue skies roll back in overhead, for those of you joining back with us on DragRacer.tv, lots of big thunderstorm clouds off to the north and northwest. But a little blue overhead, a little sunshine peeking through. Again, a reminder to everybody that need to keep the return road open and the short chute open. No parking of golf carts unless you're up with a car at this point in time. Shannon Smith on a 726 dial. Jimmy Lewis on a 659 as we're ready to lock, load, and get back underway. After a little momentary pause for the cause. Round number 1, Top Sportsman. I think we're about halfway through. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. Round number 2, Stock Eliminator. Come on down. Shannon off and running. Here comes Jimmy. Reeling him in, top in, gets him. 654 on a 59. He's under by a nickel. 702 on a 726. Shannon is under by 24. Hello. Good gravy, Miss Maybe. Rusty gave him a heck of a track to hook up to, and boy, did they ever. Shannon's out in round number 1. Jimmy Lewis moves on. Roy Haynes and Jeremy Moulton get ready to do their thing. Jeremy over on the left-hand side, the all Mopar Dodge Stratus out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Haynes out of Midland. 762 cubic inch combination with a whole lot of Brodix parts and pieces molded on. $678 the dial for Roy. I think Jimmy's going to give up a pretty good handicap start. That racetrack out there is pretty tough right now. Got a whole lot of hook to it. Let's check the weather. Haven't done that lately. See where we're at. See if we've cleaned up the air a little bit and gotten it better. Nope. 157 grains of water and 2,700 feet of altitude. Not a whole lot has changed. In fact, it's gotten a little bit worse. Let's see how Jeremy and Roy do on their dials. Sticking it into high gear, Roy Haynes pulls up alongside, goes 689 on the 678. He was 003. Jeremy Moulton, though, 14. Better at the stripe for the win, 723 on the 715. 183 miles an hour. Looks like Roy may have given him the stripe down there at only 195. He's about 10 miles an hour off. Jeremy was legging it out all the way to the finish line. It paid off for him. Runner out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, picks up the W and moves on. So two pair down track. Winner on the left side, winner on the right side. Nice job of track prep, guys and gals. As Jim Thorpe and Chris Arnold come rolling in. Arnold over here on the right-hand side, the A Automotive entry. 690 the dial. Thorpe there on the left. Gorgeous looking. 2019 Camaro. Pro Charge. 540 cubic inch combination. I got to tell you, Jim Thorpe and this car sure do like each other. Thorpe already a winner on the circuit this year. Did that back in Belrose. Thorpe at the stripe, 643 on a 646. He was 001. Chris Arnold throws down a 19 thousandths package, 13 on the tree, dead 6 on the dial, 6906. And Chris Arnold and the A Automotive Cavalier get the win and move on to round number 2. Jim Thorpe, though, 001 on the tree. 43.7 on a 46. Took the stripe by 41 thou and broke out by just a portion of that. Came close. Oh, so close. Royce Freeman and Alan Firestone. A couple of Camaro-bodied machines. Patterson Elite Power underneath the hood. Royce has got 832 cubic inches. Down 682. Firestone's got 754, and the smaller motor is dialed quicker to 658. Erica leans in, tells Royce to go get him. And there on the left-hand side, looking to see what he can do. 682, 658. Firestone's dialed up considerably from his 639 in qualifying. Must have had it set on kill for that run. A little bit better out of the gate. Firestone, can he reel him in? Top end, 659 on a 58. Good for the W. 682.5 on an 82 by Royce. Firestone was better off the line by 23 thousandths and parlayed 10 of them. Or 13 of them into the win down at the other end of the racetrack. Taking a stripe and a victory by 13 thousandths of a second. So the customer beat the engine builder in that pair of cars. Firestone gets to come back and play. Lance Rutland, your reigning division champ and your defending event champ. Looking to see what they can do. The win here last year at Houston helped Rutland claim that division championship. Vince Otis out ride the Dairy Queen machine out of Biloxi, Mississippi. If he wins tonight, it's dilly bars for everyone. If I said that, he did. Right now, they'll hold it on a 678 dial. Going to be giving up a second handicap start. 775 the dial for Rutland. Couple of bulbs on the tree. Lance off and running. Here comes Vince. Great lights again. 009 and 13. Rutland had the 009 run 780 at 174. Unfortunately, Hoda had the 13 run 79 on the 78. Gets there and takes the stripe and the win by 37,000 of a second. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. Come on down, boys and girls. Stock Eliminator, round 2. Need you back to the lane. So Rutland gives it a valiant try. 009 and 80 on a 75. Dan Liebem and Scooter Hampton come rolling in next. Scooter over on the left, the Pontiac GTO. Out of Odessa, Texas. Rare and Morrison power plant underneath the hood. Dan Liebem. Got a Dickens hammer underneath the hood of the Camaro. A little puff of smoke out of the back of Liebem's car. And a 657 on a 649. Scooter able to drive around him. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Liebem off and running, runs 714 on a 707. I don't know, that might have been tire smoke down there, but I got a feeling we're going to check things out just to be safe and just to be sure. Down at the other end of the racetrack, because Dan had some smoke coming out of the back of the car. Yep, looked like Rusty's going to jump on the scooter. Go down and give it a once-over, give it a check and look-see, and see how we do. Kenny Shepard and Travis Leach going to sit and wait patiently for their turn. Travis at the wheel, the new Red Baron number 2. 63 Corvette over here on the right-hand side. He'll be dialed in 690. Shepard's Camaro out of Abilene on a 734 dial for the runner there in the Pennzoil lane. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Needs you back. Come on down. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. And again, looked like a tire smoke to me down there as Liebem's car looked to be crouching down low in the rear. So whatever it was, wasn't anything on the racing surface. That's the good news. That means we can keep the pace going. Kenny Shepard, 734. Travis Leach, 690. One of them's going to go to round number 2. Kenny's either going to get a head start back to Abilene, or Travis is going to be home for a late supper. Well, he lives right here in Houston, so doesn't have to travel far. Red Baron number 2, the Corvette replacing the old trusty Firebird. That was part of the racing family of Travis Leach, Floyd Simpson and the gang for years and years and years. Now it's the new Corvette. Red line start by Travis. 18 thou. Too quick out of the gate. He'll be home for a late dinner. 7:32 by Travis after the red light start. 7:38 for Kenny Shepard. Runner out of Abilene. Oh, shoot down at the other end of the racetrack, but this is a long old racetrack. Kenny going to use up all of it down there to get that Camaro slowed up, make the bend at the top end, and there he goes around the corner. 738, 189 miles an hour is Henry Kendall. Trent Wilson come pulling up. Again, stock eliminator, round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Stockers, round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Trent Wilson and Henry Kendall. Going to square off next. Wilson 655 now for the Alamo Hot Rod Parts Camaro. Kendall on a 716. There goes Henry. Here comes Trent. Pretty good race shaping up from this end. Pretty good race down on the other end. 27 thousandths of a second between them at the stripe. Trent Wilson goes 657 on his 55. 720 on a 716 by Henry. Henry's off by 4. Trent's off by 2. And that right there is the margin of victory. 2 hundredths of a second. Want to get real technical? 27 thousandths of a second for Trent to get the win, and the Alamo Hot Rod Parts Camaro will continue on. Bob Galletti and Bit Blomberg. Robert yesterday came up in that final qualifying session, one of the last cars, trying to take a shot at that number 1 qualifying position, see if they can take it away from Darian Bosch. Well, he ran a 6:07, which was super quick, just a little too quick. Category, you can't run any quicker than a 6:10. So that being the case, Galletti stayed number 2 based on his 6:27, the New Tech Global Shelby bodied machine. These are race components, engine of 800 plus cubic inches underneath the hood. Ben Blomberg out of Cyprus, the engineer at the wheel of this Blomberg Motorsports. Pontiac Firebird here on the right, 680 to dial for Ben. He goes first. Here comes Galletti. Bent Blomberg goes 0-0-3L. 677. He's under by 3, 626. Bob Galletti is under by 3. The margin of victory, 2 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack for Bob Galletti. The difference in 2 thousandths of a second was how far they went under their respective dials. 677.1 on an 80 by Blomberg. 626.3 on a 29 by Galletti. The difference between that 1 and that 3 was enough to throw the win to Bob Galletti down at the other end of the racetrack. Blomberg, though, gave it a good run. 003 on the tree. Bob Galletti certainly knew he was working for it down there. Stockers, final call, round number 2. Need you to lanes, please. Stock eliminator, final call, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. It's Jeffrey Sumner. And Keith Raftery come rolling in. Raftery over here on the right-hand side. Number 5 qualifier to 647, and that's what he's dialed. His one good lap down the racetrack was that 647 yesterday. Jeffrey Sumner with 704 and 712. He's kind of splitting the difference. Got her down to 707 here for round 1 of eliminations. But Raftery, certainly a tough customer to deal with. 1 good run or 3 good runs. Raftery is not going to be a pushover here in the opening round. At least you don't expect him to be. Super Street, round number 2. Need you to the lanes now, please. Super Street, round 2. Back to the lanes, please. Super Street, round number 2. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. They're in. We're off. We're running. Raftery goes 17 on the trees. He got enough on the top end? Yes, he does. 655. Sumner goes 713. 10 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them. And some great side-by-side racing after a wet track cleanup. I don't know about any of you out there, but I certainly give a round of applause to the Houston Raceway Park and the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series crew that got that track back from being 100% wet to being 100% killer. I mean, that's a good old racetrack out there right now. 10 thousandths of a second difference, 2 thousandths of a second difference, 17 thousandths of a second difference. The margin of victories in these pairs has this wrapping up round number 2. Been great. Darian Bosch, your number 1 qualifier. Odd lot number of cars. Darian earned the free ride here in the opening round. Gets the bye run. He gets to use it as a tune-up. Yesterday, Darian went 6:22 and 6:33 on his 2 laps down the racetrack. That Camaro out of Jerry Haas Race Stables, straight as a string. 628, 228 miles an hour. So Darian hustles right on through. Not his quickest run of the weekend, but certainly right there in the middle. And Darian Bosch moves on to round number 2. We'll be down to about 13 cars left for round number 2 of eliminations. If my numbers are correct, a stock eliminator round number 2 comes at us. Should have approximately 30 cars left in this field of eliminations. A little quick track maintenance out there. Again, a tip of the cap to those who make our racing possible here this weekend and bringing it to you on dragracer.tv. Good folks from Treadwell Farms, proud new sponsor of the race today on dragracer.tv. They're also a very strong producer of handcrafted CBD hemp oil, creating a high-quality, low-cost hemp oil that you're sure to love. You can check it out on their website at treadwellfarms.com to learn more. But for Father's Day, we also have a special offer for dads in the stands. Are watching online, use code DAD20, DAD20, to get 20% off your order. The offer expires tomorrow, June 21st. Again, check it out at TreadwellFarms.com and all the racers today. Well, Treadwell Farms wants to wish you the best of luck. So first round of everything now in the books, round number 2. Stock Eliminator going to lead us as we continue to whittle our fields down in size. Tim Ames, Phil Giles, 340 4-speed Mopar, 1097 to dial for the runner out of League City. Phil Giles, 954 the dial in the Copo Camaro. About a second and a half handicap start using round numbers. Going to go to Tim Ames, 340 Mopar, be in third gear by the time Giles leaves. Unfortunately, Tim left too quick. Red light starting this lane. Phil Giles says, "Thank you, sir." Well, thank you very much. And Giles moves on, 951 at 140 on his 954 dial. 1091 at 122 for speed for Timmy. But after the red light start, it was just a matter of exercising the gearbox and stretching out the Mopar one more time. Mike McMahon's H-Stock Automatic, Corvette out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Kyle Ratcliffe, C-Stick entry, 350 LT1 with fur speed. And a red light start for McMahon. He rolls out of the gate too quick. Kyle says, well, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take the Firebird on into round number 3 with a 10:57 lap at 127 miles an hour. McMahon goes 11:37. After that red light start, Don Davidson and Hayden Trumbull come rolling in next. Don Davidson's stick shift Camaro. Hayden Trumbull's automatic Chevelle. Green lights a pair. We're off and running. We can race these cars all the way to the finish line. Trumbull, the D-Stock automatic Chevelle, lights up the board. 10:73, 116 miles an hour. 11:03 by Davidson. Don a little late out of the gate. Tried to chase down Hayden down at the other end and just could not get it done as Brett Candice comes rolling in, taking on Will Hale. Your winner over in Georgia, Candice, taking on your winner over in Louisiana, Will Hale. Candice family motorsports operation. Cobra Jet there on the left-hand side, 942 the dial. 1141 for Will. 4 bulbs on the tree, 2-second handicap start. Going to go to that little 305 Camaro. They're romping, stomping. Cobra Jet's going to try and track him down. Brett's got to be patient, though. 2-second handicap start. That's a little bit of time to wait. Hale's green. Here comes Candice. Working their way towards the other end. The Cobra Jet slithering down the racetrack. Gets him. 946 and 141, taking the stripe and a win by 12 thousandths over Hale, who goes 1147 at 111.77. And all those aces and sevens just didn't happen to add up right for Will Hale on that pair. It's Bill Bagley. Dale Hultquist get ready to do battle now. Dale, who has won today in 2 races in stock and super stock by, I think, a combined total of 5 10,000ths of a second. Got a squeaker in the opening round of stock. Let's see what he can do here with Bagley. William off and running. Trying to chase down that 396 Camaro of Hultquist. Top end winner picker says give it to Dale. 1108 on the 1108. Dead on the dial 6, 21 thousandths package. Bill Bagley was eliminated before he ever left the starting line. 1096 and 119. Bagley was 79 on the tree, and there weren't no way, no how, under no conditions, that he was going to catch Dale for the win at that point in time, running what Dale run. Bill Bogus and Austin Ford come in next. Chevrolet versus Ford, Mustang, and Camaro. Well, technically Shelby, but hey, you get the idea. 1086 the dial for Austin, 1202 for Billy. Bogus, little 305 Camaro off and running. Here comes Austin. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Oh no, 1091 on a 1086 at 121. Austin falls 16 thou short. 1204 on the 1202 by Bill Bogus. 111 mile an hour run. And Bill's day continues on. His anniversary weekend continues on. Check this out. Corvettes, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 in the next 2 pair. Mike Bowlers, G-Stock automatic, the 90 edition left side. Britt Cummins from Osier, the 2000 edition. Over here on the right-hand side, handicap start, a second. Goes to Bullrus there in the left lane. 11:29 the dial. He's green and away. Britt Cummings hikes the front end of the Mosier Engineering. Corvette up in the air and then set sail for the other end of the O'Reilly lane. Can he catch Bullrus at the stripe? The answer would be negatory. 11:30 on the 11:29. A 19 thousandths package for Bullrus. Britt Cummings goes 10:23 on a 25, trying to track him down. It comes up short, so Bullrus moves on. David Latino and Jimmy Hidalgo, 2 more Corvettes. Another 2000 edition and a 1991 this time. The dog gets the handicap start. Here comes Latino. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. Small advantage that there is. Goes to Hidalgo on the right-hand side. So's the win. 11-16 on the 11-16. 1060 with the 2. Latino got down there. Took the stripe for 8th foul. Broke out by 8th foul. And Latino's day is done here in Stock Eliminator. Jimmy Hidalgo keeps on, keeping on. John Cox and Archie Cohn come rolling in next. The little 390 66 Cougar. Comet, I should say. 1144. Super Street, need you to the lanes, please. Missing 2 cars. Super Street, need you to the lanes. Archie Cohn into Copo. Waits 2 seconds. Oh, didn't wait all of 2 seconds. Waited about a second and a half. Red light start by Archie. John Cox going to round number 3. Going to buy myself a Mercury and drive it on down the road. That's what John Cox is doing. Right into round number 3. 11:45 on the 11:44. Cone goes red, runs 50 on a 44, and he gets the head start back to Richmond. Jacob Pitts, C-Stock Automatic, 440 CUDA, taking on Jeff Lopez. Former division champs, a pair. Going at it here. Pretty good matchup. Pitt left side, 1061 in the Pennzoil lane. Lopez 9 of 47. The Copo Camaro here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Stock Eliminator Racing, handicap racing at its best. Jacobs away. Jeff's giving chase. Green lights a pair, and when we get green lights a pair, we can make a race out of it. Winner picker on the top end says give it to Jeffrey. 949 on a 47. 1064 on a 1061 by Jacob Pitt. Came up short at the stripe by 22 thousandths of a second. Lopez at 134 mile an hour terminal velocity was closing hard there on the top end. Gets the win and moves on. Wes Neely and Brandon Bakey's come rolling in next. Bakey's factory stock C, Copo on the right-hand side for samtech.edu. Wanted education in the highly competitive and profitable automotive repair biz. Talk to the folks at samtech.edu. They can get you squared away. Brandon can help with all the information if you need some. Wes Neely on the 1158 dial. Going to go first in the old 89 Trans Am. There goes Wesley. Here comes Brandon. Bakey's just a little bit out of the groove. Eases it back in at the top end and gets the win. 009 light didn't hurt him any. 976 on a 974 by Brandon. 1157.7 by Wes on his 1158 dial. And he breaks out at the other end of the racetrack by 3 thousandths of a second. Jimmy Carter's factory stock B, Copo. 17 edition with the 396 under the hood left side. Daryl Irwin's 350-69 first-gen Camaro. They're on the right-hand side. 1121 the dial. Red light start by Carter. Could not wait. One of the toughest things you got to do when you got the quickest car is sit and wait. 948 on a 45 by Carter, but the red light negated anything he had going. 1121, dead on 8 by Daryl Irwin. 116 mile an hour shot. Gave it a pretty good run, just did not quite have the muscle. So Carter's out, Irwin's in. We move on to the next pair. Paul Candies and Dr. Phil. Felix J. Acosta over here on the right-hand side, 935 the dial. Candies on a 986. Handicap start going to the drag pack out of the Candies Family Motorsports table. Wheels up, wheels down for the pair of them. Dr. Phil trying to write himself a prescription for a third round appearance gets it done. 9:38 on a 35. Taking a stripe and the win by 18 thousandths of a second. 9:88 on a 9:86. Candice left a little bit back here on the starting line, and Dr. Phil was 17 on the tree. It's going to be tough. Here comes Jammin' Jerry. Jerry Emmons taking on Parker DeVore. Handicap start, going to go to Parker. By about a second and a half. Jerry's going to have to be patient. The Lucas Oil Products, big block Camaro, going to be trying to chase down that 80 Volare with the rich Corinthian leather. Yeah. Sportsman Motorcycle needs you to the lanes now, please. Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. Come on down. Parker DeVore is away. Here comes Jerry. Lucas Oil Products trying to run down Clampett Motorsports. The big block Camaro picking them up, putting them down. Top end, 10.25.6 on a 10.26. Takes 27 stripe, breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Parker DeVore runs dead on 0 on his 1174 dial at 107 miles an hour. All right, let's see if Gary Emmons can pick up the bounty. The Unks Pit Bits bounty program, a fresh, crisp $2 bill and a box of chocolates. Evans on an 805 dial, going to try and track down Connor Statler. Statler was involved in that huge, and I mean large, starting line tussle earlier today. Somebody said it went for over 4 minutes. I believe it. Neither driver wanting to light the stage beam after both pre-stage bulbs were lit. Connor proved victorious. Now let's see what he can do against Emmons. 1042 to an 895. Another pretty good handicap start. Emmons is in. Waiting on Connor. Connor's in. Tree comes down. Green light Connor. Green light Emmons. Here we go. 302 cubic inches. Supercharged Mustang trying to track down early model muscle Camaro. Not going to happen. 1042 dead on 1 by Connor at 121 miles an hour. 9 flat on an 895 by Emmons at 152. Closing hard on the top end. Just wasn't closing hard enough. So Connor Statler, as the Bee Gees used to sing, staying alive, staying alive. And the boy marches on. Puts round number 2 stock eliminator into the books. Round number 2 of Super Street coming up. Round number 2 of Sportsman Motorcycle needs you to the lanes, as well as round number 2 of Super Comp. Come one, come all, come on down. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Little starting line workout there, a little spray going down, making sure we got all the sticky where we want the sticky so that these racers can stay stuck. Call goes out, fire the next pair, and we are ready to go. Val Harmon and Thomas Marlowe going to do battle. Round number 2 of Super Street gets ready to come at us. Yeah, it looks like the quad's out checking something out on the top end of the racetrack, so the red lights on the Christmas tree flashing. Letting everybody on this end know to hold up just a bit. Looks like the quad has made its departure now from the other end of the racetrack, so we are ready to go. Tom Marlowe right side. Val Harmon left lane. Couple pretty good young guns. 009 light and you're second off the line, but you're the winner at the other end by 2 thousandths of a second. Val Harmon 009 runs 1092.4 at a $1.45. 1092.9 by Marlowe after a 006 light on his end of the racetrack. Jay Bunce got the bounty on him after the win in Tulsa. Let's see if Austin Thoreau in his El Camino can take him out. Austin's El Camino, 598 cubic inches, a romping, stomping rat motor trying to chase down Jay. Gets it done. Thoreau, 1091 at 157. Jay Bunce goes 1089 at 132, and I'll have to leave Austin's bounty program up here for him in the tower so he can pick up at a later date and time. The tower is off limits, but the reward goes. Wendell Shelton and Dell Hall working their way down track. Hall over here on the right-hand side comes up a little bit short. 1093 by Wendell. Hall had the better light, but runs 1097. Let Wendell have the stripe, and he took it by 32 foul to move on to the next round. Again, Don Hartwig's Dickinson, Texas-based Mustang comes rolling up. John Long's Red Oak, Texas-based Camaro comes rolling up. Ford versus Chevrolet. Mustang versus Camaro. Don Hartwig rolls in, lights both bulbs, and that's a no-no. Oh, no, you can't do that. So we back Hartwig out. Try and load him in again. Top bulb, top bulb. There we go. Sportsman Motorcycle, Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. To the lanes. Come on down. Mustang's out in front. Camaro's giving chase, and gets the win. 1094, 129. The Mustang got there first, but he goes 1085 in doing so when the index is 1090. And that's the target that you're shooting for, and you go under the target. Well, that's a oopsie. So John Long picks up the win, 1094 to $129, and he'll be back for round number 3. Stephen Funderburk and John Liebem, the reigning division champ over here on the right-hand side. Looking to see if he can go to round number next. 22-year-old youngster out of Tomball, third-generation racer out of the Liebem family. Got the milk wagon. off and running. Thunderburks, Nova out in front, but here comes 600 plus cubic inches of rat motor. Mustang pumping a little bit of smoke out on the top end, and Thunderbird comes up, Thunderburk's Nova, comes up a little bit short, 11.12 at 117. 11.08 by Liebem at 132. That's good for the win, but all that smoke out of Thunderburk's Nova. Go to warranty, the flashing red lights at the bottom of the tree, and a quick check of the track down on the top end to make sure that whatever Stevens' car was putting out was evaporating into the air and not onto our racing surface. Rusty checking out the top end of the racetrack down there, making sure Thunderbird didn't leave us any slickery stuff. Because the last thing we want to do is put out the call for the maintenance crew for a cleanup on aisle 1. I hate those little yellow stanchions. You run into them and they fall over. And yeah, that's the problem with them. You hit the little yellow stanchions with the cart and they fall over. So Liebem gets the win. Thunderbird comes up short, and hopefully it's just a little short and not pocketbook short. Rusty going on down towards the finish line to check it out on that end as well. Quad coming out from the top end to check. Giving that little Pennzoil Lane a pretty good once-over out there. Make sure we're good and dry before we get ready to send Tony Stewart, Jared Ross to the other end of the racetrack. Again, Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Should be in the lanes ready to go. Super Gas, that means you'll be our Super Stock. You'll follow Super Comp, Super Gas after Super Stock. And, well, y'all know the run order. We've been doing it this way all year long. All right. Top end's clear. Rusty's making his way back down the return road. Tony Stewart left, Jared Ross right. Camaro's a pair, first and third gen. Working their way down track. What light's going to go? Jared Ross, 002 on the tree, 1093. Gets a 14 thousandths of a second hole shot victory. 1092 by Tony on his 1090. Left a little bit on the starting line. His 24 thousandths reaction time wasn't bad. But when Jared Ross was 002, well, his was just that good. It's Mark McCall, the Jack's Wax. Trans Am comes rolling in alongside Sluggo. Greg Parsons' hot rod. Well, actually, Olin Gosher's hot rod, but Greg gets to drive it. That's a pretty cool deal. Top end winner picker says Sluggo slugged him out. McCall 1086 at 137. Parsons goes 1089 at 145. Let McCall have the stripe. McCall took it by 11 thou. They broke out by more. Both drivers going under the number. Milo Elkins, Brian Sandlin. Two more Camaros. Going to swing for the fences here. Milo's green, Brian's green. Sandlin's Camaro got the bigger motor of the two. Now going to try and use cubic inches to take out Milo top end, and Milo goes, Check out the package. 001 light, Milo Elkins, dead on 3 for a 4,000s package. Brian Sandlin was along for the ride and the view because he wasn't going to win that one. No way, no how. Sandlin was 33 on the tree, and Milo throws down a 4,000 package. You ain't getting inside of that any way you cut it. So congratulations to Milo. Nice lap there. Don Snow taking on Randy Ramo. Ramo's car over here, the black suede Camaro in the right lane. And the red light start for Randy. Randy, I hate to say that, but the red clashes with the black. Doesn't go well at all. Don Snow says, what are we in a beauty contest? No, we're at a drag race. 1095 and 147 for Snow. He'll take the win and move on to round number 3. So Snow's the winner. Ramo comes up short. Ray Dew. Austin Claiborne. Claiborne's big block, and I do mean big. 615 cubic inches of big. Over here on the right-hand side, Dew on the left, the multi-time division champion. He and his bride Cindy out there campaigning the car. Cindy Dew, a multi-time crew chief of the year award winner. Keeping Ray's hot rod right where it needs to be. Virtually identical out of the gate. Side-by-side victory's going to go to Dew. 1091 at 139. I don't know what Austin Claiborne was doing down there, but he goes 1071 for low ET of the round at 134 miles an hour. When everybody's trying to run 1090, having low ET of the round is not a good thing to have on your resume. Don't work. Cole Cummings, Morgan Hoda. A couple runners making a drive west. One of them's going to get to head back east a little bit early than the other. Cummings part of the Mosier FTI gang. Third generation racer. Cole on the left. Morgan Hoda on the right. We are off. We are running. 582 cubic inches for both of them. Out of the gate they go. A little bit better light to Cole. Who's going to be better at the stripe? Morgan is. 1094, 142. Taking 10,000 or 12,000 stripe for the win. Cole goes 1096 and 149, and he follows Morgan across the stripe. Those 10 stinking, measly, minor, wimpy thousandths of a second. But it sure did make a difference on whose win light came on. Charlie Stewart, Landon Neely, last pair up in this round of Super Street. Charlie's Trans Am, Landon's wagon. Landon looking for another Wally this year. Already got one in the bank. Young man out of the Neely racing family. And let me tell you, there's a bunch. And they're all pretty darn good. Neely's little 66 Nova wagon. Green light and gone. Charlie Stewart, green light and gone. As Lynn Nickerson used to say, pair of green lights and we can make a race out of it. Yes, we can. Wet light's going to go. Landon Neely, double breakout. 1089-1 beats a 1088-8. I'll let you do the math. The difference between an 8 and a 1 is 3 thousandths. That's new math. That's not Common Core math. That's just new math. If it was Common Core math, we'd still be calculating this time next week. Yeah, Warren's got it right. He says the Common Core answer would be Wednesday. Yes. Sportsman Motorcycle round number 2 coming at us now. 8 bikes left in eliminations. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists. First pair out going to be your number 1 qualifier, Robert Sanders taking on Michael Matthews. RS and MM. Michael Matthews on an 818. Going to give Robert on an 896 a bit of a handicap start. The newest, latest, greatest Kansas City Chiefs fan out there, Robert Sanders. Off and running. He goes 001 on the tree, lights up the scoreboard, dead on the dial with a 6. How about a 7,000s package for Sanders? That's how you celebrate being a Kansas City Chiefs fan. You keep lighting up them scoreboards. Michael Matthews goes 817 at $156 and comes up short. Ricky K taking on Dave Gotro. I made the mistake earlier of saying Dave won his first Wally earlier this year. It wasn't his first Wally. It was his first Wally of the year. It was actually his 4th Wally or 5th, one of the two. Anyway, he's been there before. He just likes doing it again and again and again and again. And, well, he's got a shot at doing it again. 892 for Gotro. Over here on the right-hand side as he takes out Ricky K. So David moves on. Your winner over in Belle Rose earlier this year. Dave actually sent me a note, and he says, it wasn't my first Wally, but he says, it's all right. I appreciate being talked about. Dean LeBlanc and Tony Davis come rolling in next. Tony had a very solid run earlier. If he wins and gets around Dean LeBlanc here, he'll be back to take on that Kansas City Chiefs supporter, Robert Sanders. In the semifinals. LeBlanc over on the left-hand side, 9:28 the dial. He's off and running. Here comes Tony. Oh, my. Oh, my. One of the gunners a little bit late out of the gate, and that was Tony. 9:30 on a 9:28 by Dean LeBlanc. Tony Davis goes 8:27, dead on the dial with a 9. But his reaction time started with a numeral other than 0. And that wasn't so good. So it'll be Dean LeBlanc and the Kansas City Chiefs man, Robert Sanders, round number 3. The semifinals. Vince McCullough and Brenda Kay going to duke it out to see which one of them comes back to take on Dave Gotro. Vince on the right, Brenda on the left. Handicap start going to go to Mr. McCullough. There goes Vince. Here comes Brenda. Brenda had that 001 dead on run earlier today. Sticks the nose of the bike out in front of Vince. Goes 8:55.9 on an 8:55 dial, and that, boys and girls, is getting it done. 26,000s package. Vince was 30 on the tree, and he was just along for a leisurely Saturday evening ride. As he goes 9:39 at 142. So it'll be Brenda Kay and Dave Gotro, Dean LeBlanc and Robert Sanders, the semifinals of Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Comp getting ready to come up next. Super Stock needs you the lanes. Super Stock the lanes tell you all about Sportsman Motorcycle. Or excuse me, all about Super Comp. Here's my good buddy Warren Evans. Warren?
Hey, Bob. Didn't we just run round one to this yesterday? Last week? It's been a while, but they're back. Super Comp. Round number 2 coming up. Holden Larice, Colin Williams coming up now. Holden left side, Raceland, Louisiana. He's in the insurance business. Need coverage for your racing operation? Go see that young man right there, Holden Larice or Ross Larice. They can take care of you. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Presenting sponsor for Drag Racer TV coverage here in the South Central Division. Larice gets Colin Williams alongside from Longview, Texas. Williams eases up his big block dragster into the pre-stage beams right. Holds it in. They're both in. Here we go. Holden turns it red by 0-12. 12th down too early. Automatic win goes to Colin Williams. Williams, 887 at 173. Doesn't matter, as the red light start for Holden ends his day in Super Comp here in round number 2. 888 at 178. And a little bit too early letting go of the button. Jim Jones and Shannon Brinkley coming up next. Speaking of Drag Racer TV sponsors, it's good to see Shannon Brinkley coming up here for LaBerge Casino and Resort, and also HoustonCheapFireworks.com. 4th of July just around the corner. Shannon can take care of you with all of your party needs for the 4th of July fireworks. Lots of spectacular stuff, along with your healthcare needs as well. Sanitizer, face mask, all that kind of COVID-19 stuff. And he'll have a little idle time now, as he has done in Super Comp. He was 003 on the tree, but 8 over, 898 at 173. Jim Jones, a little bit late on the tree, but 1 over, 891 at 179. Good enough to get the job done. Coming up now, 2 more dragsters coming into the beams. Left side, that's going to be Steve Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. For Manpower, he'll stage it up left alongside Rick Huffman. The Accelerated Graphics Lucas Oil machine over on the right from Waxahachie, Texas. Rick and Chase Huffman, your official Lucas Oil distributors. And unfortunately, this announcer's jinx is not working out very well, as Rick Huffman gets to head back to the trailer. His day is done. Steve Collier for the win. 009 on the tree, 1 over, 891 0 at 179. 19 thousandths package there. Rick Huffman was right there with a 010, 891 5. Good drag race. 6 thousandths of a second margin of victory, as we need super stock. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Todd Irwin and Steve Evans. I'm not going to say anything about either one of these. Steve's got the bounty on him. Well, Mr. Unkefer, you get to hand out the bounty to Mr. Todd Irwin. Irwin, your winner. As Steve Evans goes too quick, 888 at 179, breaks out down at the stripe. Irwin better on the tree, 892 at 179. A crisp $2 bill and a box of chocolates for Mr. Todd Irwin. We'll roll forward here with Taryn Rickman. Taryn on the left. Once again, we need super stock. Super stock round 2 to the lanes, please. Taryn Rickman and Terry Pollard coming up now. Rickman left side, Burleson, Texas, the home. For Terry Pollard, he be staying here or headed back to Montgomery, Texas. He'll be headed home. Taryn Rickman, your winner, 892 at 171. Rickman better on both ends of the track. Pollard 893 and out at 185 miles per hour. Mike Green comes up now, top 10 runner in the world last year. This Sunoco Race Fuels dragster out of Moore, Oklahoma. He gets Richard Pearson alongside from Edgewood, Texas. The Cressman built big block Chevy dragster over on the right. Mike Green's Mondon car, Sunset Racecraft Power. Mike finished number 9 in the world last year in Super Comp. But he is in trouble, as Richard Pearson 008 on the tree, 894 at the finish line at 157. Pearson takes home the round win. Mike Green, he was late at the starting line, paid for it down there. He was a little closer, 893 at 174, but gave too much up here at the starting line. Mike goes home. Again, super stock round 2 to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Keep going that way, you'll find the starting line. There it is. Christopher Dodd and Randy Pruitt. Dodd out of Double Oak, Texas, the A1 Performance Dragster, alongside Randy Pruitt's Teacher's Pet entry. So 200ths difference on the starting line, advantage to Dodd, and Dodd on the double breakout gets the win. He's 2 under 888, Pruitt 4 under 886. Dodd was 003 when he let go of the button. And a little bit less under. He crossed the stripe first by 5/10,000ths of a second and got the win. David Dale and Trinae Crisoni. Trinae, your winner here last year. Looking to double up or go back to back. Well, he's got a chance. He's a round 2 winner. 893, 171 for the speed for Trinae. He'll go on to round 3 for David Dale. He's down here in round 2 with an 894 at 180. Another one of the Larice Motorsports Insurance cars pulling up here on the right side. We saw Holden, so this must be Ross. Baby Larice over here on the right-hand side of the track. It's set to pull forward towards the 3-stage beam. See our old buddy Scott Spees out there alongside. He is the crew chief for most of those race rides. Baby Larice looking at Douglas Miller as they head down track. Miller out front. Here comes that high horsepower machine for Larice. How about a dead 4 for the win? Larice better on the tree by 200. Goes dead 4 at the stripe. He is your winner. He'll advance to 3rd round. For Douglas Miller, 889-1. He is under by 9 thou, trying to get there and was behind the whole way. 172 for the speed. Once again, super stock to the lanes. Got to get you paired up for round number 2. Super stock to the lanes. As the 890 cars keep rolling forward here. Your next pair, Mike Holcomb, LaPorte, Texas, and Mike Van Winkle. They call him Rip. Rip with trouble on the starting line, rolls the beam, turns it red. Mike Holcomb gets the automatic win, 888, 176, no time for Rip Van Winkle as he moved before the tree was activated. Two more track darts easing their way forward. It's Michael Hedger left side and Val Torres on the right. Torres, one of the long haulers from California. Will it be worth the trip? Well, he turns on a wind light. He'll keep moving on. 893 at 161 for Val Torres. He was better on the tree. How much better? Hedger goes dead on 8 and out of here. 890 with an 8 at 162. Not good enough. He was behind by 500ths at the starting line. Val had a window to work with at the stripe. The Capco Contractors car left side, that's Billy Torrance out of Kilgore, Texas. He'll be lined up next to Justin Owens from Blanchard, Oklahoma. Two-hour-point clip on the starting line. Finish line, how about it? 8,900. Dead on 00 for Justin Owens. 8,900 at 172. He was 017 to Billy's 015. Billy runs 12 off 891 to 83. Justin, the 8,900 lap moves him into the third round. Once again, we need super stock. We see a few of them rolling up here to the winning lines. You're not back to our super stockers. We need you to get you lined up for round 2. Lonnie Thibodeau's altered left side, alongside Big Head, Craig Anderson. Joey Heston's ATD, sponsor Braxton. Here comes that high horsepower machine. Thibodeau, all beams. You can see that from my end. But Anderson, out the back door, 011, 891 at 187. Cole Cummings and Lloyd Parfait. Parfait from Crosby, Texas. Cummings out of Campbell, Louisiana. So Cummings rolls on to the finish line. Taps the brakes. 899 at 146. Lloyd Parfait. Never moved off the starting line. Well, might have moved about 6 inches, but the car came to a complete dead stop. He never broke the beams. Tough break for Lloyd. Cole around the bend down there. Headed back for his trailer, of course. For any of you that follow the social media, you know Cole's been going through a little bit of a fight here lately, health-wise, and certainly want to send out our support to Cole and everything that he's going through and wish him speedy recovery. This is Coy Collier and John Long. Set the back up for our burnouts right now. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super stock, you should all be there. This is your final call for super stock and your first call for super gas to the lanes. Collier's Manpower, Collier Racing Dragster, left side. John Long, the Texan, for JCL Motorsports. down to an 885 at 171. Because the red light start for Collier. Collier, in a losing effort, goes dead on 9. 890 with a 9 at 162. So it appears Super Pump is complete. Now it's time for Super Stock over there.
Thank you, Warren. And yep, time to get into round number 2 of Super Stock. Super Gas round number 2. You've been called. That means top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. You all need to be getting ready because your doorbell's going to be ringing pretty darn quick, especially those of you in our Skaga Dickey Performance Center top dragster category. This is our first pair ready to come rolling out. It'll be one of the Bossier Engineering fleet of race cars. Cavalier coming up on the right-hand side. Running out of the Bayou Boys race stables. Slate Cummings be at the wheel. GTD Automatic taking on Jimmy Denham. That Phantasmagoric 65 Impala over on the left-hand side. Jimmy on 1133 dial. Better than a 2-second handicap start going to go to Jimmy Denham. Super Stock round number 2. According to my sheet, we got about 21 cars left. Should have 20. I think we had 40 cars that qualified. 40. So we got 20 cars left. We'll be down to 10. Jimmy Denham, Slate Cummings going to decide the first of those remaining 10. Jimmy flickers the bulb there on the left-hand side. Slate looks in from the O'Reilly side. Tree comes down. Jimmy's green. Slate's green. Wetline's going to go to Slate on a double breakout. 9:24.1. He's under by 9. Denham goes 11:24.0. He's under by, well, a bunch. That's the only way to put it. A bunch. So Slate gets the win. Jimmy Denham's done. Chris Benham and Brenda Grubbs come rolling in. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the lanes. Round number 2, looking for about 26, 27, 28, somewhere around there. Super Gas, round number 2, need you back to the lanes, please. Brenda, 9:23 to dial. Chris Benham on a 9:33. Grubbs with the big block, 4:27 in PD. Camaro gets the win, 9:33 on a 23. 9:40 on a 9:33 by Benham. Brenda takes the win and the stripe by 20 thousandths of a second. Moves on to round number 3. Benham's day is done. 9:40 on a 9:33. Was a little tardy leaving the line. Of course, Brenda Grubbs was 0-0-6. She wasn't going to make it easy on anybody. David Latino's GTH Automatic. Hollingsworth Latino Cobalt. 976 the dial. Sid Bonacare, the wheel, the factory GT. Late model power plant out of a drag pack underneath the hood of the early model classic body style 68 Barracuda. Hold on, Sydney. Lights red, son. Race is over. David Latino's your winner. Goes cruising through on the top end. It goes 972 on a 976. 961 by Sid. But 5 thousandths of a second too quick out of the gate. Lights the red bulb. This day is done. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come one, come on. Super Gas, come on down. Brett Candice picked up the bounty earlier today. The brand new, fresh, crisp $2 bill and a box of chocolates. Because life is like a box of chocolates. Larry Cummings on an 8:47. Going to give Mr. Brett a little bit of a handicap start. The two runners out of Louisiana. Brett out of Thibodaux. Cummings out of Hammond. Know each other well. Raced each other before. There goes Brett. Here comes Mr. Larry, the Godfather, trying to reel in. Candies Family Motorsports, Copo Camaro, top end, gets it done. 8:49 on a 47. 9:59.7. Candies on a 960 dial, takes the stripe by 20 and breaks out by 3. Can you say, golly gee willikers? Brett's probably saying a little bit more than that. Larry Cummings gets the win and moves on. Jacob Pitt, Mike Crutchfield come rolling in next. Crutchfield in a good race the opening round. See what he can do with Jacob Pitt here. Former division champ. Another factory GT car, early model body style, late model. Factory performance motor. They are off. They are running. Mopar versus Pontiac. Top end, winner picker light goes to Mike Crutchfield. 9:02, dead on 9. Taking 9th thou stripe for the 9th thou win. 969 by Jacob on a 966 dial. And he comes up those 9 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Brittany Blackman. Corey Mahi. Corey looking to see what he can do against the young lady out of San Antone. Chevy Cobalt, Corey Mahi in the old Zachiva. Heads up GTI automatic. First one to the finish line, winner, chicken dinner. Quicker of the two cars in qualifying. Corey Mahi looks like he's out in front. Yep. Gets the win. 976 at 124 miles an hour. 994 by Brittany. Good run down the racetrack, but heads up run, you got the slower car. It's tough to make it up on the starting line. It's Jeff Miller and Craig Gaultier come rolling in now. Your number one qualifier out of Roasters Coffee and Tea in Stanfield Racing in Amarillo, Texas. Little blue Cavalier here on the right-hand lane. Jeff Miller out of Friendswood. Jeff Miller Motorsports, 67 Camaro, Super G automatic car. There on the left-hand side. Miller's off and running. Gaultier lights the red bulb by 6 thousandths of a second. Going to be a long ride back to Amarillo for Craig. 941 after the red light. 980 on the 979 by Miller. He goes cruising through at 134 miles an hour. Craig at the other end slows it up to 120 miles an hour, knowing that the red light was in his wake. The wind light was already on for Jeffrey. And that's Miller. Clint Rigby, driving the Emmons Motorsports, Lucas Oil. 396, drop top, 69 Camaro. Super stock F automatic. Bryce Grenier, Super J. 4-speed. Small block, 283 combo. Over here on the right-hand side, 1004 the dial for both. Both of them conventional super stock cars, and Bryce goes red. Rigby, 18 on the tree, hikes the front end up, sets it down. Soft top on that Camaro, stretching out on the top on the big end. 1001 with a 7 on a 1002 dial. 132 miles an hour, 998 by Bryce after the red lights start on this end. So Bryce's day is done. Rigby moves on one more round. Factory Super Stock F a pair. Brandon Bakey, Samtech EDU entry on the right. Phil Giles, the Giles Racing entry on the left. First one to the finish line, winner, chicken dinner. Copo Camaros a pair. And again, a heads-up battle. First one to the finish line. On paper, Phil Giles got the quicker car. Brandon Bakey's trying to steal a little bit of an advantage out of the gate. Gets it done. Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? Yes, it is. 9:45.6 beats a 9:45.9. Brandon Bakey's for Samtech EDU taking 20 thousandths of a second margin of victory. He was your number 20 qualifier. Giles had a better than a tenth on him in qualifying. But Brandon knew when to play the numbers, and boy, they worked out in his favor right then. 006 light, 9:45.6 for the win. Hunter Pradala taking on Dale Hultquist. This Hultquist over here on the right-hand side, the GTJ automatic. Out of Elite Glass and Trim. Little Cobalt with the 305. Pradala's 396 combination, GT Formula. Firebird there in the left-hand lane. 1014 to a 1005 dial. A little bit of an advantage handicap start for Pradala. Oh, Hultquist taps the brakes, didn't tap them hard enough. 1004.7 on a 1005 by Dale. 1018, Hunter gets the win at 133. Hunter Pradala was late out of the gate, 0.06 of a second behind, crossing the Christmas tree. But Hultquist at the stripe takes a tenth and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. We'll be ordering Dale his personalized, customized, very rare Burlington Northern Santa Fe conductor's cap. He was taking a freight train length across the finish line stripe. And nobody will be more upset about that than Mr. Hultquist. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes for round number 2, I don't know where you are, and I don't know why you're not there. We've been hollering at you. We've knocked on your door. We rang your doorbell. We sent the Avon lady over to see if she could roust you. But Super Gas, round number 2, needs you to lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top Dragster, your turn to come on down. Our Skagadicky Performance Center Top Dragster. You'll be following our Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas cars. Justin Allen, Jerry Pollard. Getting ready to do battle here. I've got 24 cars coming back for round number 2. That means we're going to whittle it down to 12. That's according to my numbers, and, well, don't count my numbers. Don't trust my numbers anyway. Justin Allen, C5 Corvette over there on the left-hand side for K&N and Mickey Thompson. Jerry Pollard's all Ford 65 Mustang. I have not seen this many first-generation Mustang coupes in race configuration in a long time at one place. We had, 4 of them here this weekend? 2 of them here in Super Gas. Just not the normal combination that you see, especially in Super Gas. But for Jerry, he says, hey, Mr. Announcer Man, shut up. Watch this. At least he didn't say, hold my beer. Pollard gets the win again. 989.9 beats a 988.4. Pollard was better off the line by a hun. Better at the stripe by a hun and a half. Hun. So Jerry gets to come back and play for round number 3. Steve Collier comes rolling in. Taking on Joe Harper. Harper out of Mississippi. Somebody asked me once if I knew how to spell Mississippi. I said, sure. You want me to spell the state or the river? And if you don't find that funny, we got a problem. Collier on the left-hand side, the 600-plus cubic inch big motor in that itty-bitty, teeny-weeny Vega. Joe Harper with a whole lot of Mopar underneath the hood of that Dodge Avenger. Avenger will be out in front. Now here comes the Vega. Going to be Harper getting the win. Double breakout again. 988.7 beats a 988.4. Margin of victory is 3 thousandths of a second. Both drivers running under that 990 number. Both of them over 160 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. as the Corvette Roadsters come rolling out from underneath the tower and into the water box. Mitch Withers and Jimmy Repka. Repka right side, Withers left. 63 Corvette Roadsters a pair. 600 plus cubic inches for Repka, 580 plus cubic inches for Mitch Withers. 990 on the scoreboard. All you got to do is be able to run, cut a light, and run the number. Oh, so easy to say, oh, so tough to do. But the guys and the gals in Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Street sure do make it look easy. Jimmy Repka goes 006. Couldn't cut a light that time. Let's see if Mitch Withers could run the number down on the other end. How about a 9909? That's running the number. 35 thousandths package for Mitch. He was 26 on the tree. But he knew it was a good time for a tune-up run because his win light was already on because Jim Repka went 006 red and handed it to him. 996 for Jimmy. You're scoring back in the pits. Colin Becker comes in now to take on Billy Atkinson's Big Ten Tire and Auto Accessories machine out of Carthage, Mississippi. Billy right side, Colin Becker's Camaro Roadster there on the left lane. Red light start, Billy. Perfect light. Triple zipple for Colin Becker. He goes motoring through with a 991 at 165. But that perfect 0-0-0 reaction time certainly did hurt matters any. Billy goes red, runs 995 in his hot rod, and that brings up Gary Mitchell and Dan Herbert. Top dragster. Need you lanes, please. Top dragster. Come on down. Skagadicky Performance Center, top dragster. To the lanes, please. Come and get you something. Mitchell's little pinto there on the left-hand side for the owner, operator, boss man, chief cook, and bottle washer over at Mitchell Automotive. Ennis, Texas way, and Dan Herbert coming to us out of Metairie, Louisiana. Just on the south shores there of Lake Pontchartrain. Ooh, that one wasn't pretty. If you were paying any attention at all, you know who had the better light on that one. And Herbert gets the win, 10:01 at 140. Gary Mitchell goes 991.1 and trails across the finish line by 0.05 of a second. That's because when the tree turned green, Dan Herbert was ready and Gary Mitchell was still thinking about it. And that ain't good. John Wright, Mike Moorhead. John, Mike, Mike, John. Shake hands, go to neutral lanes, come out race. Johnny Wright out of Last Rights Racing. Got the Camaro there in the left lane. Moorhead into Cobalt. Cobalt's really starting to make an impact in Super Street and Super Gas Racing. Swoopy, aerodynamic, round. Some people call them jelly bean cars. Well, they are kind of shaped like a jelly bean. Didn't help Moorhead any that time. 989 Ford 150 takes him out. John Wright says, I like jelly beans. 992 at 162 miles an hour. Again, top dragster, need you to lanes, please. Skagadicky Race Shop, top dragsters, need you to lanes. Just about done with round number 2 of our Houston Cheap Fireworks. Super Gas Cars. Jeff Franklin taking on Austin Williams. Green lights a pair. We are hooking and crooking. Your Tech Energy Machine. Austin Williams, Waxahachie-based runner. Gets the easy win. 997 beats the 996. Austin 15 on the tree. Franklin was, what's the word I'm looking for? Tardy, late, absent without leave. There you get the idea. So Austin moves on. Jeff's day is done. Chris Best and Chris Harrelson. I'm going to take Chris first to the stripe for 1,000, please. I've upped the ante here, Warren. I have. First to the stripe for 1,000 instead of 100. That's a big bet. Chris Best left side. Chris Harrelson right lane. the eagle-eyed Nova, the Corvette Roadster. You couldn't cover it? Couldn't cover the 1,000. Oh, okay. Best lights up the scoreboard, 991 at 147 for the W. Chris Harrelson, a 995 lap, but a $161 for speed. Here's a pretty good pair to draw to. Coming up next, Jim Kapp and Travis Salter. Number 2 in the world, and well, Travis Salter. Out of SalterRacing.com. Salter of Domino Game Play. Of course, it doesn't help when the announcer's got a picture of his hand and sends it to the guy he's playing. Oh, that was priceless. But 2 very good gunners here. Travis Salter, certainly a contender for a division championship as he has been in the past. Jim Kapp is your reigning division champ. These guys duked it out last year for the championship. They're duking it out again. If you could see what I see. If you could see what I see. 00 lights a pair, separated by a thou. 991.3 for Kapp for the win. 992.2 by Travis. Jim Kapp was 007. Travis Salter was 008. Margin of victory, 10. Measly, paltry, skinny, minute. Thousandths of a second. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator, round number 2. To the lanes. Come on down, boys and girls. Comp Eliminator, need you to the lanes, please. Alfred Johnson out of Triple J Racing. John Salt out of Cowboy Truck. Give the win to Triple J. 9,900 for Alfred. The little Vega wagon. That runs on the money, honey, at 147 miles an hour. 994 by John Salter. $168 the speed. 31 thousandths of a second. Salter had the better light. Alfred able to run the number. And when I say run the number, he ran just that. The number. Chase Huffman rolls in. The Camaro Roadster right side. Taking on former national champ Jeff Lopez. Another pair of 2 good gunners doing battle here in round number 2. Chase waiting on Jeff. Jeff goes in. Chase goes in. Beginning to think we're going to have another burn down. Out of the gate, they are side by side, identical lights. Win light though, Lopez, 991.8 to a 992.2. Didn't we just have those numbers between Kapp and Salter, 991.8 to 992.2? I mean, identical numbers. And they were within a thou on reaction time. Lopez and Huffman here are dead even on the reaction time. Whew, I told you. Good pairs. Travis Salter, Jim Kapp, Jeff Lopez, Chase Huffman. Certainly making the racing worthwhile. Jordan DeWald and Val Torres. Jordan driving that classic 37 Chevy pickup. The Freedom Rocks Realty entry. Jordan was so happy to get back racing this weekend. Here she is in round number 2, though, taking on a tough gunner all the way from California. Val Torres over there on the left-hand side. Jordan gets the win, though. 9,906 at a $153. Torres goes 995 at 160. Val Torres was 005. Jordan was 49 on the tree, but she knew when and where to take the stripe. She takes the stripe and the win by 2 thousandths of a second. 24 ten-thousandths if you want to be correct. Whew, nice run. Dead on 6. And Val Torres is going to look at that time slip and go, where did I go wrong? But Jordan DeWald, that beautiful 37 Chevrolet, young lady out of Tyler, Texas, loves racing that truck. I mean, loves racing that truck. Top Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, I don't know where you are. You should be. Paired up, ready to go. Comp Eliminator, round number 2. We need you to the lanes as well. course, that means Top Sportsman. Get them ready because we'll be knocking on your door as well.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
All righty now, 14 cars left in our top dragster field. Jessica Ogden and Dane Ward going to be doing battle now. 7:10 to dial for Jessica, 6:10 to dial for Dane. So full second handicap start, and Dane's got it dialed as quick as he can go. 6.100. Low number here in Top Dragster Racing. For Jessica Ogden, that car moved right off the line and then didn't go any further. Just coasted to a stop. Dane 626 puts him into round number 2. Quite handily, quite easily. Something in the drive line going, I give, on Jessica's car. Tough break there for the young lady out of Dickinson. But she'll be back. Dane Ward gets to move on. Aaron Stanfield comes rolling in. Aaron Oak on the left. J.R. Baxter on the right. J.R., your defending champ from a year ago, was him and Aaron Stanfield in the finals. Aaron might be looking. for a little retribution. Stanfield number 4 in the world last year, JR. Not quite as strong a finish to the season as he normally has. Been chasing some gremlins in the car this year. Certainly appears to have those turned around. The way the car's been running here this weekend. Got her back down in the low sixes one more time. JR dialed in 620, Stanfield on a 613. The Pro Charge entry of Baxter, the bottle fed Mountain Motor, Stanfield over there on the left-hand side. Stanfield gets that retribution. 6:15 on a 13 for the win at 220 miles an hour. JR 6:21 on a 20. Gave it a pretty good run. Aaron just a little bit better out of the gate, and that was a two-for run. 14 cars left in eliminations. I mean, the next round is down to 7. One of the cars in the next round gets a free ride to the semifinals, and that will be Mr. Stanfield. So that was a big round of eliminations, a twofer. Win that round, you automatically win the next round because, well, there's no competition. We'll have several instances for the rest of the evening where we'll be talking about twofers. They become oh so important late in the game. Michael Kyle, Lynette Hudgens. I was getting ready to say I hadn't even looked at the dial-ins, and I was getting ready to say we got two 610 cars. Well, Kyle's on a 10. Lynette's on an 11. That's about as good as you can get. Comp Eliminator, missing one of you. Needs you the lanes, please. On Michael Kyle's car, breaks right off the line. Lynette goes 6:15 for the W. 21 light for Michael. The Warren Morrison entry came off the line, and you could hear a pow out there. As something internally in that hot rod said, nope, I'm done. Thank you very much. Good night. Goodbye. And Lynette Hudgens gets the win, 6.155 at 233 miles an hour. Or excuse me, 203 miles an hour. And Kyle's Warren Morrison entry gets ready to make the bend down there at the second turnout. We're on hold till we got a clear top end of the racetrack. Tough break for Michael Kyle. That's two cars breaking right off the line. Paul Luley and Rusty Baxter getting ready to come up next. Rusty over here on the right-hand side. Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis machine for the runner out of Beckville and Luley out of Pro Charge cars, a pair. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes now, please. Top Sportsman, round number 2. Needs you to the lanes. Come on down. Luley's going to be dialed in on a 630 there in the left lane. Baxter on a 618 over here on the right-hand side. So Rusty's going to give him a bit of a handicap start. And throw out the lure and see if he can reel him in. Luley's going to make it tough. Oh, Luley made it real tough. 33 on a 30. He was 002 at the hit. At only 199 miles an hour, Baxter goes 6:15 on a 6:18. It comes up just a little bit too quick down at the other end of the racetrack. So Paul Luley, who is on one side of the ladder, gets the win and moves on. He'll be back to take on Dane Ward in the next round. And then the winner of that pair gets Aaron Stanfield in the finals. But now we got to work on the other side of the ladder. And that's where we'll find the other Luley, but we'll get to him in a moment. Right now it's Jerry Giffens and Ross Larice. Winner here comes back to run Winnett Hudgens. Larice out of the Larice Motorsports Insurance Stables. Giffens out of Choctaw up in Oklahoma. The blown big block combination. Joe Mondin chassis hot rod over there on the left-hand side. Larice on the one of Danny Nelson's racecraft chassis. Dead even, green light's a pair, one light's going to go to Larice. About an 11 thousandths package. 11 on the tree, dead on the dial with a 0. An 11 thousandths package. If you're Jerry Giffens, you go 11 on the tree and run dead on the dial with a 7. That's an 18 thousandths package. You're going to win the majority of the races that you're in. Only problem is that time he ran up against Ross Larice, who threw down an 11 thousandths of a second package. 11 thousandths on the reaction timer and a perfect run down the racetrack. You add their reaction time and how far off the dial they are to get the package numbers for those of you that are new to the sport. Joining us here this evening at Houston Raceway Park or via the interweb. And a nice run by both drivers there. Giffens just happened to come up a little bit short. It's Darian Bosch, Mark Jones. Darian carrying the bounty on him. Mark looking to see if he can pick up that fresh, crisp $2 bill and the box of chocolates. Jones on the left-hand side, the Spitzer chassis machine. Got the blown big block. Darian got his blown big block. 23 to 621 to get the box of chocolates ready for Mark Jones. Darian Bosch goes 0-0-3 red. Takes himself out of eliminations, and Mark Jones, winner, chicken dinner, gets the bounty, the $2 bill, the box of chocolates, gets to move on to the next round of eliminations. I bet he gives the box of chocolates to Kelly. I bet he does too. 6:45 by Darian after that red light start and an early shutoff at only 167 miles an hour. And now Tony Luley is our final pair. Comes rolling in. And the winner here comes back to run Mark Jones. Luley on the left, 662, trying to keep pace with Paul. Matt Exter, the Ford-powered entry out of the Garner Exter Race Stables. John Garner, Matthew Exter teaming up. Matthew gets to drive. John Toons. 555 cubic inches of blue oval. The only Ford in competition here this weekend. At least in Top Dragster. Exter on a 611 dial. Tony on a 662. So Tony's going to be off and running. Boy, you'd love to run Paul in the finals, don't you? Nope. Got a mountain to climb till he gets there, but hey, he's already headed that way. 003 light by Matthew. Luley was 001, then runs 662 too. How about a 3,000ths package for Tony Luley? Woo, baby. 001 on the reaction timers, runs dead on the dial with a 2. That's a 3,000ths of a second package. He was 3,000ths of a second away from perfection. Speaking of 3,000ths of a second, that's what Matthew Exter's reaction time was to red. 3,000ths red. Cost him the opportunity for fame, glory, and well, you get the idea. Cop Eliminator, round number 2 coming at us now. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lane. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, come on. First pair out in Cop Eliminator, round number 2. Going to be young Justin Hutto and Sean Dodd. Sean Dodd right side, 864 the index. Justin Hutto on a 740. Hutto comes rolling in, the B Dragster automatic. Sean Dodd, the C Econo Altered. Handicap start, going to go to the door car. Here in round number 2. Cop Eliminator, Justin goes 2 foul, 2 quick out of the gate. Lights the red bulb, and Sean Dodd sees it, slows up to an 8:58. Top Sportsman, we need you to lanes. If you're not there yet, now Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. As Dick Maris and Chase Williams come in. Now, the interesting thing, there are 11 cars left in eliminations. The way the ladder is set up, there are 7 cars on one side of the ladder and 4 cars on the other. So the short side of the ladder is going to give somebody a bye run into the final round of eliminations, because we will be down to 3. And the 4 cars on the short side of the ladder, Keith Hall, Craig Bourgeois, Chase Williams, and Dick Maris. Here's Chase and Dick getting ready to do battle. Justin Hutto's car comes to a stop out there just past the finish line. So the quad comes out from the top end. That's why Dick Maris and Chase Williams are sitting and waiting patiently. Get the quad hooked up behind Justin's machine. Yeah, it looks like maybe a little bit more than just getting him pushed off. I don't know if the car's locked up down there or what the situation is, but Rusty's jumped aboard his scooter to find out. And the word does come back that Justin Hutto's car is locked up down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll take a little bit more than a quad to get that car moved. So Chase and Dick and Brian and Tony are all going to have to wait back here on this end of the racetrack for just a moment or 3. Again, Top Sportsman, we got all but 1 or 2 cars, I believe, in the lanes for round number 2. Stock Eliminator, round number 3. The call's been put out. We've got 15 cars left in the field. We'll take you back to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, back to the staging lanes, please.
Get the loudest fireworks for the lowest prices at HoustonCheapFireworks.com. 11 locations fully stocked with the newest, hottest, loudest consumer fireworks by Texas Outlaw, Black Cat, Hogwild, Red Rhino, Brothers, Big, and other major brands. Go to HoustonCheapFireworks.com for the location nearest you, or shop the largest selection at our indoor super warehouse on I-10 East in Channelview. HoustonCheapFireworks.com.
If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices, all in one place, look no further than SalterRacing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter. All your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more, give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to SalterRacing.com.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker. With over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality Vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at VintageTrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest Full Color Touchscreen Dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronicsinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them. Mosier Engineering has been racing across 4 decades with 3 generations, and we are proud to be an official NHRA sponsor here today. Everything we make, from our rear ends, axles, suspension, and even our brakes, are made with one goal in mind, so you can finish first. We offer standard 2-day turnaround on custom axles, housings, and center sections. Visit us on the web at MosierEngineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians. Remember, whether you are a weekend enthusiast or a serious racer, Mosier Engineering has the highest quality made in the USA products for all of your extreme street and racing applications. Finish first with Mosier Engineering.
Yeah, it looks like we're making some progress down on the big end. Again, Justin Hutto's dragster getting locked up down there just past the finish line, not able to be rolled or moved. Looks like we're making progress and things are moving along now. Cars seems to be rolling along. So we'll give them the opportunity to clear the top end of the racetrack, and if they have the casters underneath the rear wheels on that car, it'll take them a minute or two to slowly roll it off the racetrack. Meanwhile, Dick Maris and Chase Williams sit and wait patiently back on this end of the racetrack. And again, Top Sportsman and Stock Eliminator Need you back to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman looking for 13 cars to return. Stock Eliminator looking for 15 cars to come back. So come on down, boys, girls, guys, gals. So, Justin Hutto's car clears the top end. Dick Maris, C dragster automatic. Chase Williams, B dragster automatic. Effectively the difference between the car, the weight, and the cubic inches. Chase right at 400 cubic inches. Dick Maris at 340. Chase doing a masterful job of driving in the early session. See if he can keep her a little bit straighter in the groove. Trying to chase down Dick Maris. Top end, gets it done. 891 at 158, or excuse me, 691 at 158. Good for the W. 726. 151 by Dick Maris. Chase was 13 on the tree. And Williams on the soft side of the ladder, or the four-car side of the ladder. Looking to see what he can do. Keeping it alive so far. Love to make that bye run to the final round come alive. Troy Galbraith, Raymond Martin coming up. Troy, the B dragster automatic over there on the left-hand side out of Rolla Competition Engines, and Raymond Martin's little K altered automatic, the half a V8. Why? I could have had a V8. 822 the index for Raymond, 730 the index for Troy. Raymond gets the handicap start. Raymond, though, had the better car in qualifying. Now the question is, has he got enough for Troy? Galbraith tried a couple of things out. First two runs down the racetrack. Then got her settled into a 671. Had a good run in the opening round to get to round number 2. Raymond's off and running. A little out of the groove, but easy back in. Here comes Troy. Top end, closing hard. Got him, 675. 191 miles an hour. Raymond Martin, 767. Troy had the better light by 23 thousandths and wins by 21 thousandths of a second. So Troy moves on. to the round of 6. And he'll come back to take on the winner of this pair, be it Brian Browl or Erica Enders. Double E over there on the left-hand side. And the word comes out that we're going to go check the top end of the racetrack. Word comes that we might have something down there. So Eric Enders and Brian Browl. Going to push him back and wait patiently. Whatever it was cause for a look. Evidently didn't amount to anything. So Eric Enders, the wheel of Lee Sharps, C Super Mod Machine, taking on Brian Browl. Erica up on the left-hand side, this new record holder in C Super Modified and your number 1 qualifier. Going to get a bit of a handicap start against Brian Browl's D Dragster, the little V6 out of Indiana. Going to be trying to track her down by the time they get 1,320 feet away. Erica had problems in the opening session as the car leapfrogged off the starting line and didn't make it past the 60-foot timers. Fortunately, by being the number 1 qualifier, she was on a buy run. Whatever it was, they had the opportunity to take the car back to the Elite Motorsports pit area, get it looked over, get it checked, get it fixed, hopefully. Tim Freeman setting the wheelie bars on the car right now. Door shuts. Richard gives it a thumbs up. And we are ready to rumble. Brian Browl's already got the top bulb lit, the little V6 dragster, tough running car. Over here on the right-hand side, and your number 7 qualifier, trying to take out number 1. Winner, like we said, gets Troy Galbraith next round of eliminations. Hopefully Erica, Freeman, and the gang got this car figured out from whatever it did in that opening round of eliminations. Erica goes red, 37 thousandths of a second too quick out of the gate, and Brian Browl moves on to the round of 6. And he's going to shut it off and coast on through. So Erica goes red, comes up short. Brown comes back to run fellow Indiana racer in the next round. Craig Bourgeois and Keith Hall. Now Craig coming off the win up in Tulsa a couple weeks ago. He's got that ever popular $2 and a box of chocolate bounty on him. And Keith Hall, certainly a competitor that knows how to take care of that. Super Street needs you to the lane. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes as well. Stockers, if you're not there yet, you're late, you're tardy. Need you back here to the staging lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, round number 3. Need you back to the lanes. Super Street, the call goes out for you to come on down as well. Bourgeois, left side. Number 2 in the world last year. Going to give it a run. Trying to rock and roll that Haas chassis machine. Injected 410 cubic inch mouse motor. Over there on the left-hand side. Handicap start, going to go to Hall. Looking at Red Rooster. Hold off, Craig Bourgeois. Green light start for Keith. Green light start for Craig. Wind light, Bourgeois, 690 at 169 miles an hour and 842 by Keith. Gave a good run. Bourgeois able to cut the better light and move on to the next round of eliminations. And it will be Craig Bourgeois and Chase Williams duking it out for the bye to the finals in the next round of eliminations. Sean Dodd will come back to run Scott Cascio. Cascio electing to do what we talked about earlier today. If you have a bye run, which with 11 cars left in this round of eliminations, we have the bye run. Scott Cascio has to start the car, stage the car under its own power, accept the green light, and that constitutes a win. You do not have to make a full pass down the racetrack. So with 6 cars left in competition, it'll be Brown and Galbraith, Scott Cascio and Sean Dodd, and Craig Bourgeois and Chase Williams on the short side of the ladder, looking to see which one of them gets the bye to the finals. Top Sportsman getting ready to come up next. 13 cars left in the field. We'll cut it down to our Elite 7 for the quarterfinals. Scott Cascio's A Super Mod Automatic. Beautiful race car. Coming to us out of Louisiana, and we'll get to see him again at least one more time. When he comes back, 6 cars left in competition in Comp Eliminator. Top Sportsman going to come out next. Like we said, 13 cars left in the field of eliminations. Kyle Firestone. We'll be up to take on Chris Arnold in a moment, but first it's Bob Galletti with the bye run. Your number 2 qualifier. Came up last night and turned that nicer race engine loose. All 848 cubic inches, trying to take the number 1 spot away from Darian Bosch. Only problem is he went 6:07. And in Top Sportsman, just like Top Dragster, the quickest you can go is the 6:10, at least in qualifying. So Galletti's run got dumped. He had to rely on his number 2 qualifying effort of a 6:27.7 to hold his spot in the field at number 2. But that gets him the bye here with 13 cars. He'll automatically advance to the quarters. For New Tech Global, Bob Galletti runs it through. How about another 6:27 at 222 miles an hour? That is his third 6:27 of the weekend. I mean, Bob Fry could dial that car in. Kyle Firestone now taking on Chris Arnold as we continue on. Galletti's now etched his name in the round of 7. With 13 cars left in this session, 7 will come back for round number 3. Arnold up on the left-hand side, the A Automotive entry. Got through a tough first round of eliminations. Slides in here with the 689 dial on the side of the Cavalier, and Kyle Firestone. Car affectionately referred to as Darth Vader. If you're sitting out there in the grandstands and can see the front of the car, you can probably understand why. Little 51 Chevrolet, very unique body style here in Top Sportsman action. For Alan Firestone Racing and Elite Motorsports, Kyle dialed in at a 678. Used to be powered by a twin turbocharged, fuel-injected small block. They made the switch over about a year and a half ago to a big 600 cubic inch, more conventional Top Sportsman combination. I like the old style. New style runs pretty good too, though. Kyle's going to give Chris a little bit of a handicap start and turn Darth Vader loose. .007 light. Kyle gets him at the stripe. 679.9 on a 678. Arnold goes 690 on the 689 and 32 on the reaction timers. Gave him a pretty good old run. 24 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them down at the other end of the racetrack. Kyle Firestone needed every bit of that 007 light on that run to advance to round number 3. Good lap by Chris Arnold. Just wasn't gooder enougher. Gooder enougher? Well, whatever. All right, Kyle Firestone's moved on. Here comes Dad Allen. Number 3 in the world last year and the reigning Division 5 Top Sportsman champ. And again, for Alan Firestone Racing and Elite Motorsports, Pops has got a more conventional car, the late model Camaro bodied entry that so many are using now. Jimmy Lewis staying with that very swoopy Pontiac GXP for the runner out of Forney, Texas. Jimmy Lewis during the week keeps one of the major airlines ground operations going there in Love Field in Dallas, Texas. 658 the dial for Jimmy, 657 the dial for Allen. Pretty much a heads-up run. And two very good, seasoned, talented drivers on the line right now. Whoa, Jimmy gets a little loose. They were almost dead even out of the gate in a 6:59 on a 6:50 lap for Alan Firestone. 198 miles an hour at the other end. Jimmy was 20 on the tree. Firestone was 18. It was setting up to be a pretty good run until Jimmy Lewis got a little tail happy there about the 300-foot mark. And Alan Firestone just picked up a biggie because that was a two-for run. We will have 7 cars in the next round of eliminations, and Alan Firestone just punched his ticket all the way to the final 4. So good run for Alan. Tough break for Jimmy. Drivers were pretty much dead even leaving the starting line. Looked to be a pretty good race shaping up. But the Pontiac just got a little tail happy. And Jimmy, being the seasoned and smart driver that he is, says, nope, we'll come back to race another day. Scooter Hampton up now, the Pontiac GTO on the left-hand side, the runner out of Odessa, Texas, which is like a day and a half drive that way. I mean, pull out of here, go up to I-10, hang a left. You'll get there eventually. Jeremy Moulton out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. You pull out of here, you go up to I-10, you take a right, and you get to Lake Charles. But you're going to get to Lake Charles a whole lot quicker than you'll get to Odessa, let me tell you. Moulton's machine. The all Mopar Dodge Stratus over here on the right-hand side. 721 the dial. Scooter's Pontiac on a 648 with that Rare Morrison power. Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle needs you the lanes, please. Our final 4 in Sportsman Motorcycle, and now Super Comp to the lanes, please. Come on down. Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Scooter left, Jeremy right. Winner's going to come back and take on that number 2 qualifier, Bob Galletti. Jeremy Moulton's machine does a little tail wag out there as well. 644 by Scooter's going to get the win, though, because Jeremy was red leaving the starting line. And for Scooter Hampton, he just wrote himself an invitation. Pull up alongside Bob Galletti in the New Tech Global. Shelby in the next round of eliminations. Cole Prejean and Vince Hoda come running in next. Cole, runner up here a year ago. Like to go 4 more rounds here today. Got to get around the Dairy Queen machine of Hoda. Couple of drivers over on the east side of the division territory. Hoda out of Mississippi, Prejean out of Louisiana. Big 700 cubic inch nitrous baby for Hoda, dialed in 679. Cole Prejean, the Southside Fire and Equipment Company entry on a 719. Prejean, already a winner as he picked my pocket today for a $2 bill and a box of chocolates when he took out Glenn Wright, winner of our last race up in Tulsa. Cole would like to be the hunted bounty at our next stop over in San Antonio in a couple of weeks. Right now it's all about getting around Vince Hoda. And he does. Hoda goes red by 1,000th of a second. 001 red by Vince. And Cole Prejean, 719.1 on a 719 dial. How about a 12 thousandths package for Cole Prejean? He was 11 on the tree, dead on the dial with a 1. And puts together a tremendous run. He'll be back to run. Kyle Firestone in the next round of eliminations. So it'll be Firestone and Prejean, one side of the ladder, along with Bob Galletti and Scooter Hampton. We know Alan Firestone's going to be a player on the other side of the ladder. And is it going to be is it going to be Keith Raftery or Kenny Shepard? Kenny up on the left-hand side. Gorgeous Camaro out of Abilene. Deep, rich, metallic green on that car. Helping to dispel the rumors that green cars can't win. Keith Raftery, though, is going to make it tough. Former division champ. Former Jegs All-Star winner. Multi-time Jegs All-Star representative. Runner out of Lake Charles over here on the right-hand side. Jerry Bickle built. Early model Camaro bodied entry. Chop top, low riding, 780 plus cubic inches. Whew. 649 the dial out of all that. Kenny Shepard on a 737. A little bit smaller motor. Only 708 cubic inches. Super Comp, Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Street. Need you to the lanes. Come on. Ooh, Kenny Shepard never moved. Keith Raftery danced around a little bit. He goes 733 for the win. And Kenny Shepard's car, for whatever reason, when the light turned green, didn't go anywhere. So they'll give Kenny a little bit of an assist off the line. Keith Raftery goes to the next round of eliminations. He'll come back to run either Darian Bosch or Trent Wilson. Our final pair in this round. Trent waiting patiently to fire and pull up to the water box while they get Kenny's car out of the way. Tough break there for the runner out of Abilene. Gorgeous Camaro. Love the color on the car. Don't see a lot of green race cars when you've got a green as deep and as pretty as that one is. Got to give it a little tip of the cap. But like they say, we're at a drag race and not a car show. So the Alamo Hot Rod Parts entry of Trent Wilson now comes to life. Another gorgeous automobile. Out of Alamo Hot Rod Parts in San Antonio. There on the left-hand side. 653 the dial for Trent. Darian Bosch, your number one qualifier on a 627. Darian won in this car at our first race over in Belrose. He won in his top dragster at our second race up in Tulsa. He doesn't care which car it is. He just wants to win. Very talented young driver. Mom Karen goes hustling up to the starting line to help get him lined up. Small handicap start. 0.3 of a second approximate going to Trent Wilson. Let's see if he can dispatch your number one qualifier. And he does just that. 655 on a 653. Trent Wilson gets the win by 2 thousandths of a second at 211 miles an hour. 631 by Darian on a 224 mile an hour lap. Gave it a good ride. Comes up 2 thousandths, 27 10,000ths if you want to be honest about it. On a very close final there. For our final pair. As we turn now to round number 3 of elimination. Stock eliminator coming at us. 15 cars left in eliminations. We'll whittle it down to our Elite 8. Michael Bullruss gets the win. Michael has certainly earned his way here so far today. Man, I'm telling you, he's taken on some hitters. And he gets the bye with 15 cars left as the call goes out for Super Stock now to the lanes, please. Super Stock. We got room for you. Come on down. Bullruss has earned the right to be here. No doubt about it. Little G-Stock automatic entry. 72 years young is the driver out of San Antonio. Showing all these young whippersnappers how to do it. To the Elite 8 he will go. Turns it green on this end of the racetrack, which it really didn't make any difference what he did. He runs through 11:32 at 116 miles an hour, 11:29 dial. We know one of our Elite 8. And that'll be Michael. Parker DeVore and Phil Giles. Remember yesterday when we were going through all that trial and tribulation in final qualifying, trying to find that honey spot, that sweet spot for the bye run? And Michael Bullruss ended up with it out of the number 31 qualifying spot. Parker DeVore and Phil Giles going to do battle now. 11:73 to a 9:50. 2+ second handicap start going to go to Parker's iStock automatic runner. Yep, he did. Red light start, Parker. Phil Giles says, well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate everything you just did. He'll cruise through 974 at 140 miles an hour. 11:73, dead on 2 by Parker and a 001 red light. missed the perfect lap by 3 thousandths of a second, and one of them happened to be on the wrong side of green. Connor Statler and Jimmy Hidalgo, the country dog, looking to see if he can pick up the bounty. That box of chocolates, that'd be good for Jimmy. I believe he and his wife are celebrating an anniversary today. And the dog gets it done. Connor Statler turns it red. Jimmy Hidalgo goes 11:23 at 107 miles an hour. And the country dog picks up the bounty, the fresh, crisp $2 bill, and the box of chocolates for his favorite lady. I think it's 43rd anniversary for them, too, by the way. Happy anniversary to the dog and his bride. And I understand she's here with us this weekend. So Hidalgo gets the win. He moves on to the Elite Eight. Bill Bogus and Hayden Trumbull looking to see if they can join him. Hayden, who won Super Stock in his big car debut for a former junior dragster champ, and Hayden goes red here. Third generation Trumbull goes red, runs 10:67, and Bill Bogus goes 12:05 on a 12:04 to get the win. And that little 3:05 for the gentleman who's celebrating his 50th anniversary here this weekend with his bride moves on. So the anniversary gents are moving on. They could meet up in the final. It could be an all-anniversary final. Hey. Brett Candies and Dr. Phil. A couple of Louisiana boys going to duke it out, see which one of them gets to come back and run Bill Bogus. Copo Camaro, Cobra Jet Mustang. Out of the gate they go. Heads up, factory stock B entry. Better in qualifying was Dr. Phil, but here comes Brett Candies. Top end gets the win. 9:15 at 143 miles an hour. Turning it loose in the heads up factory stock B category. 9:23 by Dr. Phil. They both stepped up the pace from where they were earlier. But Brett Candies and the Cobra Jet and the Candies Family Motorsports team had a little bit left in the tank and able to get the win is Daryl Irwin. Jeff Lopez, another factory stock car. The Copo Camaro out of Irving, Texas, and Johnny Gonzalez's Ace Door and Repair facility taking on Daryl Irwin's H stock automatic entry, the 350. Mouse motor. Combo in the left lane. Handicap start to Irwin. Green light start for Lopez. Pretty much pick them out of the gate. Small advantage that there is goes to the early model Camaro, but the win light goes to the late model. Lopez gets the W, 9:47 at 136. Taking the stripe by 13 ten-thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And Jeff Lopez and Jimmy Hidalgo meet up in the next round of eliminations. Kyle Ratcliffe and Brandon Bakey is going to duke it out, see which one of them gets to run Phil Giles in the next round. Bakey's gets the win here. It's a heads-up battle against Giles. And those two are pretty evenly matched. Kyle Ratcliffe looking to upset the apple cart, though. Says we don't need those more stinking heads-up runs. Mouse motored, stick shift, Pontiac Firebird over there on the left-hand side. 1060 the dial for Kyle. Bakey's on a 972. Brandon, a little drift out of the groove. Kyle Ratcliffe straight down the middle. Wind light's going to go to Bakey's as Ratcliffe breaks out. 10:56 on a 10:60 at 127. Brandon goes 9:73 on a 9:72, so it'll be a heads-up run between two factory stock C Copo Camaros. The Samtech EDU entry taking on Phil Giles. Next round of elims. John Cox and Dale Hultquist. Final pair this time around as we have whittled our field down to 8. Well, almost. Cox in the left side. Goes red. Hultquist gets the win. 396. D-Stock Automatic Camaro. Picking them up and putting them down. Goes 11:03 on the 11:06 for the W. 11:42 by John after the red light start. So our Elite 8 now set in Stock Eliminator. Do want to remind all of our competitors, it's that time of the night. You get down the other end of the racetrack. Sure does help everybody out in race control if you got your tail lights on. So the official word out is now, tail lights on, please. When the car goes down the racetrack, we need tail lights on. Each and every one of you. As we roll into Super Street. A dozen cars left. We're going to whittle it down to 6. Milo Elkins and Landon Neely getting ready to come up. $10.90s up on the scoreboard. That's what we're shooting for because this is the Super Street category, an index category. Milo Elkins, big block Camaro. Landon Neely's mouse-motored Chevy 2. Green lights a pair. We're off and running. How good are you on the starting line? How well can you drive the finish line stripe? Milo Elkins says I can do it just fine. Thank you much. 10.95 for Milo, takes out Landon's quicker 10.91. Elkins was ready when the tree came down, and, well, Landon, he may have been thinking about dinner or a date with his girlfriend or wife or whatever the case might be, but he wasn't thinking about that light. He was a little late. Jared Ross taking on Austin Thoreau. Thoreau picked up the $2 bill and the box of chocolates a little bit earlier. He took out Jay Bunce in the last round of eliminations. See what he can do here. The longtime campaigner here at Houston Raceway Park. It's on the short side of the ladder. We'll get done here. We're going to have 6 cars left. Austin looking to see if he can earn a berth and a free ride to the final round. Got to get around Jared Ross, though. Ross isn't going to be easy. But Austin makes it look that way. 10.91.3 beats a 10.91.6. by 15 thousandths of a second. So Thoreau says, hey, this Super Street stuff's kind of fun. He moves on quite nicely. 15 thousandths margin of victory as John Long comes rolling in alongside Wendell Shelton. Shelton's little Chevy, too. Always a tough gunner. Did a lot of damage up in Tulsa just a couple of weeks ago. John Long over on the left-hand side. Number 8 in the points chase last year, that flaming early model Camaro. Wendell Shelton, though, trying to track him down. Here comes the big block and that little Chevy Deuce. Gets him. 10.96, 145, beats a 10.98 at 127. So Shelton moves on. As he keeps on dancing, and here comes Sluggo, Greg Parson, and a Chevy Nova taking on Don Snow. Snow, a former Jegs All-Star rep. Greg Parson, a former Jegs All-Star rep. Superstock, we need you to the lanes, please. Superstock to the lanes. Couple of pretty good gunners. Parsons, a multi-time division champ. Seeing what he can do here, and he gets the win. That's what he does. 10.97.4 beats a 10.97.7 by 29 thousandths of a second. So Sluggo moves on. He'll be back to take on Wendell Shelton in the next round of elimination. Don Snow's day comes to an end. Here's a pair to draw to, and they are on the short side of the ladder. Winner here comes back to run Austin Thoreau for the bye to the final round. So this is a biggie. You want to have that opportunity to get there. Val Harmon left. Ray Dew right. Both of them very tough gunners. Out of the gate they go. Difference off the line, separated by 5 thousandths of a second. That went to Ray Dew. Val tried to get most of it back and did get most of it back, but came up 1,000 short. 15 ten-thousandths of a second to be correct, and Ray Dew moves on. He'll be back to take on Austin Thoreau, and like I said, they're going to duke it out for the bye run to the final round. Val Harmon goes 1094-0, 28 on the tree. 1094-4, 23 on the tree by Ray, and a margin of victory 15 ten-thousandths of a second. Super Gas needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. As Morgan Hoda and John Liebem. Another good pair. Winner here is going to come back to take on Milo Elkins in that next round. So it'll be all Camaros all the time. Just a matter of which Camaro taking on Milo. Morgan's 68, or John Liebem's 68. Hoda not leaving any room on the table, but John Liebem dead on 7 for the win. 1089-3 by Morgan. Morgan was under the perfect run by 7. John was over the perfect run by 7. And Liebem, your reigning division champ, gets the win and moves on. One more round. Sportsman Motorcycles semifinals. 4 bikes left in competition. Brenda Kay taking on Dave Gotro. David, already a winner this year. Runner out of Louisiana, picked up the win early this season. And it was so early this season that with all the COVID stuff and quarantines and all that, it feels like it was a year ago. But he picked up the win over in Belrose when he started the race season back the end of February, 1st of March. Brenda Kay picking up a new hot rod. New Suzuki GSXR over the winter. Brenda out of the number 9 qualifying spot. Gotro out of the number 4 spot. One of them's going to go to the final round. One of them's race day is going to come to an end. David on an 891. Brenda on an 848 is going to be giving chase. Out of the gate they go. A little bit better on the lights was Brenda Kay. Can she make it to the final round, or is David going to do it? It's going to be Gotro getting the win. 893 at 168. Brenda slows up to an 861 at 150. Could not run that 848 number. So Dave Gotro going to give it a battle one more time in the final round. See if he can pick up his second Wally of the season. And he'll be back to take on either Dean LeBlanc or Robert Sanders. Sanders over here on the right side, the multi-time division champ. Taking on LeBlanc out of New Iberia. Because we're missing 2 cars in Superstock. Superstock, need you to the lanes, please. 2 cars in Superstock. Need you to the lanes. LeBlanc on a 928. Sanders rooting for them Chiefs. Dialed in at an 897. Robert lost the bet, and he's not going to get it lived down until the year's over with. Out of the gate they go, a little bit better like Dino, but Dino's got problems. Sanders goes scooting right on by. Now, as long as he doesn't break out, he's good, and he doesn't. He is. He's in the finals, 943 at $113. Gee, I wonder if Robert will be carrying the Kansas City Chiefs banner when he gets that final round. But Sanders is in the finals, and he says, say what you want, Bob, I don't care. So it'll be Robert Sanders and Dave Gotro duking it out in the finals of Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Cup getting ready to come up. And he'll tell you all about it. Mr. Warren Evans.
Thank you, Bob. 890 cars come back up for round number 3. We've cut them in half again. We're going to do it one more time. Dean LeBlanc, Robert Sanders, that was the last motorcycle pair. The monkey on the microphone needs to push the button. How about that? Hey, Taryn Rickman, Colin Williams coming up. Rickman left side, young lady out of Burleson, Texas, for Green Motorsports. Taking on Colin Williams, Longview, Texas, the home. Taryn had an accomplished career as a junior drag racer. Also a former high school champion. She's got a long history of turning on wind lights. Can she do it right now? Let's find out. Yes, she does. Taryn Rickman, your winner, 891 at 177. Colin Williams got down there first. He was best off the starting line, 006 to 016. Took 4 at the stripe and broke out by 2 as he's 888. 2 quick at 170 for the speed. Looks like Trinae Cresoni getting set to pull up here on the right side, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Trinae, your winner last year at this race. He'll pull into the beams alongside Justin Owens. Owens from Blanchard, Oklahoma. Clean and green for both racers as they head down the track. Advantage to Trinae. Win light, Trinae Cresoni, 893 at 172. He was better 018 to 031. Justin Owens a little closer on the index with that 892 to the 893 for Trinae. But the better package gives Trinae the win by 53 ten-thousandths of a second. Larice Motorsports pulling up here on the left side of the track. It's Ross Larice. They call him Baby Larice. Out of Raceland, Louisiana, alongside Christopher Dodd. Dodd, the Double Oak, Texas landscaper. Again, 890 the target. Cut a light and run the number. That's all you got to do, right? Simple as that. Ross pulls in. Dodd lights the pre-stage. And here we go. Larice turns it red by 001. One time for perfect, but on the wrong side. Dodd will run out the back door and take an 889 win at 181. Ross Larice, 893 and out at 169 by turning it 001 red. Two more coming at you right now in Super Comp Eliminator. On the left side, that's going to be Steve Collier, the head man for Manpower down in Benton, Louisiana. Got Michael Holcomb here. Holcomb way out front. Here comes Collier making big speed at the finish line. Collier getting it done, 893 at 179. Holcomb was out front, cross first, took a chunk as he takes 7, breaks out by 4. 886 at 174. Steve Collier got behind but got the win. Virtually identical on the starting line, 019 left, 020 on the right. Cole Cummings comes up now, the Moser Engineering FTI Converters entry, and he'll turn it red He turns it red first. Val Torres, the recipient of that. Torres, 892 at 172. Cummings, 889 at 180. So Cole lets go. He is 11 red. Val Torres got to the red light second as he was 010 red. Cole fouls it away. Torres, your winner. Now it's time for Big Head. Craig Anderson left and Richard Pearson on the right. Another red light. This time it's Pearson going 002 on the wrong side of it. Big Head drives for the stripe. 889 at 187. He'll be dialed in for the next round. Richard Pearson, red light start, 893. Attention in the pit area. We need Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. John Long and Jim Jones coming up now. Long left, Jones right. Once again, we need top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes. The Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster category. We need you to the lanes for round number 3. Your final pair here in Super Comp, a single in the water box. Green light starts for both. 2 thou difference at the starting line at the stripe. One light's going to flash for Jim Jones, 892.2 at 171. John Long, 892.1 at 168. How about this race? Long is 023 and Jones 021. Long is 892.1 and Jones is 892.2. You do the math, margin of victory, 13 ten-thousandths on a very close drag race to the finish line. Single comes up now for Todd Irwin. He'll take the bye run into the next round. Irwin out of Kennedale, Texas. His American chassis race car. He left a little early, doesn't matter. It's a time run for him, and out the back door he goes to an 887 at 184. So Super Comp round number 3 in the books. With that, next thing you'll see coming to the ready line right now is Super Stock Eliminator for their 3rd round matchups. And back to the microphone, we'll bring you Bob Unkefer.
Had to take a momentary pause for the cause there so I could gargle. Those of you that understand that, well, you understand that. Sometimes a feller's got to do what a feller's got to do. Clean out the old vocal cords, get ready to go for the rest of the night as we are down to 10 cars left in Super Stock. And this is another twofer. Jeff Miller getting ready to take on Larry Cummings. The B-modified entry. Larry on an 847 dial. Miller on a 979. Miller's Super G automatic hot rod there on the left-hand lane. Going to have a pretty good old handicap start against Larry. But this is a twofer because we'll be down to 5 cars left in Super Stock. And the winner of this pair will have that bye in the next round and a free ride to the semifinals. Now, this isn't the short side of the ladder, but still a very important race. Because a round win here is worth the points of 2 rounds of eliminations. Plus, it gets you a little bit deeper into the purse money. And albeit you don't want to go out in the semifinals, that check's still better than, well, the one before. So Miller on a 979 left side. Cummings on the right on an 847. And again, Skagadicky Performance Center, top dragster, needs you to lanes, please. Miller's off and running. Here comes Cummings. Miller out in front, looking over his shoulder. Gets the win. 980 on a 979 and a $133, 847. Dead zero by Larry. But dead late out of the gate also was Larry. And that opened up the door for Miller. And, well, that's Miller. He's moving on to the semifinals with the bye run at 5 cars. Not a bad place to have it. Here comes Brenda Grubbs, Mike Crutchfield. A couple of hitters out of D2. Brenda now lives here in D4, but a former division champ for both of them. Brenda Grubbs left side, Crutchfield on the right. Brenda's going to go first with a 923. Crutchfield's demodified car, the DragRaceTires.com entry. Little Pontiac Jelly Bean car over here on the right-hand side. Going to use right at 300 cubic inches of small block to chase down a 427 Rat. At least that's the game plan. Now, these two cars are on the short side of the ladder. Explained that earlier. Get down to the late rounds of eliminations. We'll have 3 cars left in eliminations, and one of these cars has the right to run for that bye run. Brenda left, Crutchfield right. Here we go. Green lights appear, we're off and running. Brenda out in front. Crutchfield. A little tardy out of the gate. Can he force Brenda out at the other end? The answer would be negatory. 923 on a 923 as Brenda Grubbs gets the win. 902 on a 901. Crutchfield, though, his reaction time started with a numeral other than 0. And 90% of the time, that is not going to get you the winning time slip at the other end of the racetrack. And for Mike, it didn't this time either. Corey Mahi and Hunter Perdala. Winner of this pair is going to come back and run Brenda Grubbs for that bye run into the final round. Is it going to be Corey? Or is it going to be Hunter? Perdala, the 396 big block combination underneath the hood of that Pontiac. Over there on the left-hand side, the GTG automatic car. Dialed in at the 1018. Corey on a 969 dial. Over here on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Winner gets to run Grubbs. Winner of that pair, bye run to the final. Big races, important races. A little bit quicker out of the gate. Young man out of Kinsbury. Winner, same young man. 1021 on a 1018. Hunter Perdala gets the win. 969.9 by Corey. Runs dead on the dial. But comes up 0.003 of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. And that 0.003 of a second was all left back here on the starting line. Corey's light wasn't bad. Hunter's was just better. Clint Rigby now taking on Brandon Bakes. School of Automotive Machinists, Samtech, Copo. Factory Super Stock F entry over here on the right-hand side. Rigby, Super Stock F automatic, big block Camaro convertible. Lucas Oil Products entry out of the Emmons Brothers race stables. Rigby left, Bakey's right, old school left, new school right. Handicap start, half a second. Going to the early model Camaro. There goes Clint, here comes Brandon. Bakey's trying to roll him in, top in, coming, not going to get it done. 10:02 on a 10:01 by Rigby. 9:57 on a 9:55 by Brandon. 7 thousandths of a difference between them as they cross the finish line stripe. So Clint Rigby gets to come back and run, and he will run either David Latino or Slade Cummings. Can you say the boys out of Louisiana? Well, if you can, I can. David Latino, left-hand side. Winner down in Gainesville earlier this year. Last stop on the Mellow Yellow Tour before, well, all hell broke loose. Slate Cummings on the right-hand side. That's the only way to describe it. Slate Cummings on the right-hand side. The GTD automatic. Half a second behind, leaving the starting line. Tried to make up a little bit of it. Reaction time. Did so. Got about half of it back. Turns it into a win. 9:25 on a 24 by Slate. 9:75 dead on the dial with a 3 by David, but he comes up 8 thousandths of a second short. So we've seen a 7 thousandths win margin, an 8 thousandths win margin, and a 6 thousandths win margin here in this round of elimination. So it'll be Cummings and Rigby. Pierdala and Grubbs for the bye to the finals, and Jeff Miller with the bye run. 5 cars left. Super stock action. Top dragster needs you to lane split. Top dragster, come on down. Needs you to the lanes. Super gas rolling in. 12 cars left. We're going to whittle it down to 6. First pair out, as we set 990 up on the scoreboards, Austin Williams and Dan Herbert. Herbert's Corvette Roadster right side, Williams Camaro Roadster left lane. Put the 990 on the scoreboard. Get ready for him to set sail. Austin up, off and running. Herbert right alongside of him. Roadsters a pair. Little cool breeze blowing through their hair. 994, Williams gets the win. Well, it might be blowing through Dan Herbert's hair. Austin doesn't have any. 994 Ford, 153 for Austin picking up the win. Don't tell him I said that, okay? Shh. But Williams advances to the round of 6. As we call Cop to the lanes now, please. Competition eliminator. Need you to the lanes. Joe Harper, Jerry Pollard. Couple of guys, is like I said, we've got short sides of the ladder. Jerry Pollard's Mustang getting ready to come up as we are missing one top dragster car. Pollard off and running. Joe Harper's machine all the way from Mississippi over there on the left-hand side, trying to reel him in, but Jerry goes 006 and dead on 9. How about a 15,000th package for the pony? 557 cubic inches of Ford, making it look easy. And Pollard's going to the round of 6 with that run and that win over Joe Harper, who goes 998 at a $152. Wasn't a bad run. Just wasn't a 15,000th package like Jerry Pollard had. As Colin Becker comes rolling in to take on number 2 in the world last year, new division champ, Jim Kapp. Out of Texas Music Emporium. Another C5 Corvette Roadster bodied entry. Colin Becker and yet another Camaro Roadster. Becker rolls in, lights the top bulb, waiting for Jim Kapp, who creeps in ever so slow. It's just Jim's way of doing things. Becker on the left. Here comes Kapp. Bulbs lit. Trees green. We are off. We are running. Colin Becker left lane. Jim Kapp right side. A little bit better out of the gate. 9 thousandths of a second. Colin Becker. A little bit better at the stripe. 5 thousandths. That's Jim Kapp on a double breakout. 988.4 beats a 987.9 by 5 thousandths of a second. And Kapp moves to the round of 6. Colin Becker, 987 dying at a $162. Good run. Had the better light. But Kapp on the double breakout, being able to tighten it up just a little bit more. It's John Wright, Jeff Lopez. Winner here is going to come back and take on Jerry Pollard's 15,000th package Mustang. And then those two cars will duke it out for the bye run. John Wright left side. Late model Camaro, full-bodied machine, the door car. And Jeff Lopez, the former Super Gas World Champion. Coming down from Fort Worth. Got the 63 Corvette Roadster here on the right-hand side. Waiting on John Wright to roll in and light that top bulb. Wright's in and ready. Lopez in and ready. Click, bang, and away we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is going to be fun. Off the line, virtually side by side. Small advantage to John Wright, 0.03 of a second. Win light, though, to Lopez. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? 9.901. Dead on the number with a 1. Johnny Wright goes down, takes the stripe, breaks out with a 9.87.5 at 162 miles an hour. So it'll be Lopez and Pollard doing battle in the next round. Chris Best and Alfred Johnson going to duke it out now to see which one of them comes back to run Austin Williams. Alfred, who went perfect in that last round of eliminations with a 9,900 run. Looking to see what he can do. Best goes 004 and turns on the scoreboard here. 992 at $158. 989.3. Alfred Johnson, a little tardy off the line, at least compared to Chris Best, who went 004. Best runs over the number. Alfred runs under the number. Johnson's day is done, and it'll be Best and Williams in the next round of elimination. Now, who's going to run Jim Cap in the next round? Our final pair comes rolling in. Jordan DeWald or Mitch Withers? Green light's a pair. Good green light's a pair. 37 Chevrolet pickup for Jordan. Gets the win. 991 at 151 miles an hour. Mitch had the better light. Maybe backed out just a skosh down at the other end. And Jordan says, nope, I'll take it. Thank you very much. 0.08 of a second. Margin of victory. Jordan was 17 on the tree. Mitch was 003. But at the stripes where it counts, and that's where Jordan was 008. Call goes out. Top Sportsman. Cop Eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman and Cop Eliminator. We've called you already. Got some of you. Need all of you. Oops, look out. Whew, that was close. So Top Dragster getting ready to roll in. 7 cars left in eliminations. Aaron Stanfield going to have the bye run this time around, as we will whittle it down to our final 4. Dane Ward coming up. The Brodix machine, beautiful race car out of Mena, Arkansas. Ward will be taking on Paul Luley. It's Paul and Tony looking to see if they can meet up in the finals. They're getting close. Got to get closer. Luley will be up on the left-hand side. Dane Ward over here on the right, as we will get into quarterfinals of Top Dragster. Our Scoggin Dickey Performance Center, Top Dragster Field, getting ready to come up next. And do want to remind everybody, need tail lights on, please. Tail lights on so we can see you when you get down to the other end of the racetrack. Tail lights on, if you would, please. Cop Eliminator, Top Sportsman, need you back to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, Top Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. Looks like Paul Luley's going to be dialed in, 625. This Racecraft Chassis Dragster. Dane Ward's going to be dialed in 6'10". For the Brodix team out of Maida, Arkansas. Little track spray going on out there and a quick check of the racing surface. We get ready to whittle it down to our final 4 here in Top Dragster action. Everybody listening in across the country and around the world on DragRacer.tv. Glad to have you. Turn around talking with Warren Evans here, DragRacer.tv. Had over 15,000 people online today checking in on DragRacer.tv. If you're one of them, glad to have you. Virtually every state checking in. Several countries from around the globe. It's amazing how far the DragRacer.tv program reaches. What was it? Bowling Green last year, we were sitting there and a guy from Ukraine sent us a message. One of our division racers out of Division 3, he was in Budapest, that's what it was. Sent us a message, said, hey, I can't be there racing this week. I'm working. But in Budapest, Hungary, and said, I'm watching. Obviously, he was working hard. As long as you keep the volume down, don't let the boss know. I mean, hey. But it is amazing. Japan, Australia, Korea, every country on the planet at some point in time has checked into DragRacer.tv. That to me is just amazing. All right, well, the track's sprayed, the track is checked out, and here we go. Round number 4 of our Skog & Dickey Performance Center Top Dragster category. You never know. Warren sits there and tells me in Japan I'd be known as Uncle-san. I've been called worse. Paul, yeah, by Warren as a matter of fact. Paul Luley up now on the left-hand side. Trust me, Warren, it's not just you. Luley on a 625. Dane Ward on a 610. Oh, my goodness. Sherry Brogdon sent me a note a while ago and said, the words of the day, gooder enougher. Gooder enougher. I let that one out a little bit earlier. She got a chuckle out of that one. Gooder enougher. Hey, when you're the announcer, you get to make up words as you go along, right? That's a fact, Jack. All right, here we go. Dane Ward, right side. Paul Luley, left. Round number 4, Skog & Dickey Performance Center, Top Dragster Racing. Ooh, Dane on and off the throttle. You can hear him feathering out there, and that opened up the door for Paul. Luley goes through 647 out of buck 67, 645 for Dane Ward. So Paul Luley keeping up his part of the bargain with Tony. Looking to see if they can meet up in the final round. He is one of the final four. He'll be back to take on Aaron Stanfield, and we know that because Aaron gets the bye run this round. Now here comes Mark Jones and Tony Luley. Tony just saw Paul get the win. He says, well, Paul made it. If he can do it, I can do it. Only problem is standing in Tony's way is the gentleman who finished number 2 in the national championship chase. Not that long ago, out of Louisiana comes Mark Jones. Spitzer chassis car with the blown big block on it, and a former champ here at Houston Raceway Park. Mark knows how to get it done here. See what he can do. Looking for a spot in the final four. Jones up on the left, Tony Luley on the right. 620 to a 661 dial for Tony. Woo, big handicap start. Out of the gate. A little bit better light, Mark Jones. Win light, Mark Jones. 22 on a 20 at 208 miles an hour. 663 by Tony on a 200-mile-an-hour lap. Jones, as they went by the Christmas tree, was holding a couple of HUD, and he cashed them. Down at the finish line, getting the margin of victory by 26 thousandths of a second. And I can see Kelly now at home doing a happy dance around the living room. Mark will be back to take on either A, Ross Larice, or B, Winnett Hudgens. Ross over there on the left-hand side, the Larice Motorsports Insurance race car. Winnett Hudgens out of Scoggin Dickey Performance Center. Hot rod on the right-hand side. Looks like they spotted something out there, running out to pick it up real quick. Like maybe just a splash of fuel out of Winnett's machine. Got it mopped up. Starting line guy makes his way back. He's out of breath, but they got it. Rusty says you're good to go. Winnett on a 610, Ross Larice on a 615. Winner gets Mark Jones in the semifinals. Ross is in. Winnett's in. Ooh, and a bang by Ross. 639 by Winnett Hudgens gets the win at 174. You can see Ross's car out there. A little flash of flame and a little pop just before the half-track mark. So it'll be Hudgens and Jones. And it'll be Luley and Stanfield, our final four combatants. Starter Rusty out there checking out his racetrack, making sure it is safe and secure before we send Aaron Stanfield and the JC3 Energy machine down track. Hopefully whatever it was contained on Ross Larice's ride. Ross coming to a stop down in the shutdown area, so the turnaround crew from the big end coming out to help get the Larice Motorsports Insurance car off the top end of the racetrack. Rusty making a ride all the way down on the scooter, check things out. Make sure we're good, safe, and secure. Top Eliminator getting ready to come up. Top Sportsman right behind it. And we'll be back into another rotation through our field of racers as we're getting close to crowning champions, passing out Wallies. A little high-fiving. I don't know about hugging. And probably a couple of barley pops getting the tops twisted off of them when all is said and done this evening. And the call goes out for Aaron Stanfield to fire it up, the youngster out of Bossier City. Licensed in stock, licensed in super stock, licensed in super comp, licensed in top dragster, licensed in comp eliminator, and licensed in pro stock. Well, I'm sure we'll see Aaron back behind the wheel of the Pro Stock machine once the Mellow Yellow Tour gets back up and running come next month over in Indiana. As the NHRA gets ready to make its way back on to a very ambitious championship chase through the back half of the year. Going to be an interesting run. Going to be a real test of crews, let me tell you. And parts supplies. Who's being the wisest right now and really stocking in the parts? Probably going to make a big determination over who the champion is at the time the season comes to a close. That little tickle of blue flame coming out of the header pipes as he goes down track. 6:35 by Aaron. So the semifinals are set. Stanfield and Luley, Hudgens and Mark Jones. As we work our way through rounds of elimination. Stock eliminator, need you to lanes, please. Super Street, need you back to the lane. Stock and Super Street. Come on down. Comp eliminator getting ready to come up. 6 cars left. Got one big matchup. See who gets the bye to the final round. First off, though, going to be Scott Cascio and Sean Dodd. Cascio out of Louisiana. The A Supermod automatic entry. Beautiful race car. Scott and his dad, Tommy, always have a very well prepared, very well kept race car. Cascio gave a shot for the number 1 qualified spot, went 66 under. Ended up number 2. Sean Dodd ended up number 5 once all was said and done. Swimming pool builder out of Double Oak, Texas. See Cotto altered over here on the right-hand side. The difference between these Cobalts, Sean Dodd's was built in a race shop. Tube chassis, carbon fiber body. Scott Cascio's car initially started off on a General Motors production line and ended up in one of the race car chassis shops. Converted over to him front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive, and a most beautiful paint job put on Scott's machine. Cobalt on the left. Going to give Sean Dodd's ride just a tick of a handicap start. Sportsman Motorcycle. Leave our finalists back to the lanes, please. Red light start by Cascio. 9 thou. Too quick out of the gate. Sean Dodd's going to the semifinals. Shuts it off. Coasts across. 10:04. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Cascio 009 red. And for the engineer out of Louisiana, that's a tough break because that car's been running some numbers. Now, who's going to run? Sean Dodd in the semifinals? Well, it's going to be a dragster out of Indiana. That I will guarantee you. Why is that, you say? Because, well, the winner of this pair is going to run Sean Dodd, and these are, well, both dragsters out of Indiana. Brian Brow out of Brow Bell Housings, the V6 powered dragster on the left-hand side. 780 the index, little V6 is going to get the handicap start. Troy Galbraith, B dragster automatic, 726 for the runner out of Indianapolis, Indiana. A couple of guys out of Division III competition. Division III has yet to run a race this year. That'll be coming up, well, relatively quick, middle of next month. We'll be over at National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Ohio. But Brian and Troy wanted to get some race action in. And here they are in Houston. Brown goes first. Troy goes behind him. Winner runs Sean Dodd. Brown goes 13 on the tree. Lights up the scoreboard with a 7:19 lap. $179 miles an hour for Brown. 671 by Troy Galbraith at a $197. Brian used up a little bit more than he wanted to there, but he got the win. And he will go into the semifinals to run Sean Dodd. So Galbraith comes up short. Brown and Dodd will race each other. Here's the big run. This is for the bye to the finals. This is a twofer and a guaranteed berth in the final round. Chase Williams up on the left-hand side. Craig Bourgeois on the right. First time today that Chase has been in the left lane. Is that going to make a difference? The B dragster automatic on a 734 index. Going to give Craig Bourgeois nostalgia style, front engine machine. And your winner out of Tulsa. An opportunity to go first with that 741. Bourgeois looking to go back to back. Green light for both of them. Front end on Chase's car, settles back down. A little bit better out of the gate. Chase Williams, and he lights up the scoreboard. 677 at 179 miles an hour. Bourgeois goes 706 at a $141, and Chase Williams takes the Carthage, Texas-based machine into the semifinals with a bye run into the final round, and he also picks up the bounty for taking out the Tulsa champ, a fresh, crisp $2 bill and a box of chocolates that we'll have to give to him at another time because we're on quarantine up here in the tower. But that's the story for another day. Chase is in the finals, and that's what counts. Comp Eliminator. Down to 3. Stock Eliminator, Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please, as we work our way through round number 3 of eliminations. 7 cars left in our Skagadicky Performance Center. Top Sportsman Field. Stockers, need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Mike Mulris, Dale Hultquist, Billy Bogus, Brett Candies, Phil Giles, Brandon Bakies, Jeff Lopez, and Jimmy Hidalgo. Country Dog. Need you guys to report to the lanes if you're not there yet. Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Cole Prejean. Looking to see if he can go back-to-back final rounds here in Houston. He was in the finals last year. Came up a little bit short to the reigning division champ, Lance Rutland. But to do it, he's got to get around Kyle Firestone. Now, Prejean, if you remember that last round, had a 12 thousandths package as he was able to get around Vince Hoda. He may need that 12 thousandths package once again against Kyle Firestone. Firestone's been driving the wheels off this 51 Chevrolet, a.k.a. Darth Vader, over here on the right-hand side. Cole's going to go first. Young Firestone's going to be giving chase. We could have an all Firestone final round, because both Alan and Kyle are still in. Oh, and Cole Prejean lights the red bulb. In a battle of who could go red first, Cole won. Which, well, isn't exactly what you want to do, but Cole won. 004 red by Cole on a 718 dial. 009 red by Kyle Firestone in a 678, but since Cole did it first, Firestone picks up the win. And young Kyle and Darth Vader, his 51 Chevrolet, moving on to the final round. Oh, by the way, dead on the dial with the 6. Yeah. 766 by Cole. He led off down at the other end of the racetrack. Firestone drove it out the back doors. Figured, hey, when lights on, nothing's going to hurt. Give myself a good tune-up run as Bob Galletti and Scooter Hampton. Going to duke it out to see which one of them comes back to run. Kyle Firestone. Scooter right side, 644 the dial. Galletti on the left, your number 2 qualifier. Highest qualified car left in competition is your number 1 qualifier. Went out in that last round to Trent Wilson. Trent's in the next pair. In the water box. They're getting ready to pull into the water box. He's got a toughie in this round. Tell you what, top sportsman, top dragster, there isn't any round that's whoops. There is for Bob Galletti. Scooter Hampton. I don't know what tickled his fancy, but boy, he was off and running. Bob Galletti goes 627-2 on a 627 dial. And Scooter Hampton left before the tree was even activated. That's another 27 for Galletti. It was 27-8 in the last round, if you remember correctly. Gee, I think we got a bracket car. Hey, Bob Galletti, what are you going to put on the New Tech Global for a dial-in? 627. Why not? Things printing time slips right now. 27-2, 27-7, 27-7, and 27-8. That don't win you some rounds of eliminations. Well, you got something wrong. I don't care how you cut it. Super Stock and Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Super Stock and Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Trent Wilson, left side. Told you he was able to get around Darian Bosch in that last lap. Now he's got to get around Keith Raftery. They just don't get any easier, let me tell you. Winner of this pair comes back to run Alan Firestone. His father and son, Alan and Kyle, looking to see if they can meet up in the final round. They're getting closer. Green lights a pair, and away we go. Trent Wilson drifts a little to the left. Holds on the top end for a 664 win. Raftery goes 663. Trent backing off the throttle. You can see the header flames go out. Down 10 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line stripe. But he could see that Raftery was not going to get there. And Trent Wilson for Alamo Hot Rod Parts will be back in his early model Camaro to take on the late model Camaro of this gentleman, Alan Firestone. So it'll be Trent Wilson and Alan Firestone, Bob Galletti and Kyle Firestone, the semifinals. of Top Sportsman. Allen throws a 656 up on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Let's see how close he can come. I'd be willing to bet he's real close. Guy over there in section 2, seat K, row 23, says he'll take that bet. He let off. 707 at 144 miles an hour. That guy over there knew something that I didn't. But since we couldn't shake on it, well, I'm sorry. So it's Firestone, Wilson, Firestone, Galletti. Semifinals. Top Sportsman. Stock Eliminator, quarterfinals getting ready to come at us. 8 cars left in eliminations, and we're going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists here shortly. Quickly. Rapidly. Soonly. Oop, there's another word. Soonly. Wait for the all clear from the top end of the racetrack. Make sure all of our Top Sportsman cars have made the bend. A little bit of quick prep on the starting line before we get ready to send our quarterfinals of Stock Eliminator down track. Bill Bogus, Brett Candies getting ready to come up. Candies, one of the bounty hunters here this weekend, picked it up in super stock. So he was able to dispatch our super stock champ from Tulsa. Bounty program, a high-paying affair, let me tell you. Crisp new $2 bill and a box of chocolates. Bill Bogus, 305 cubic inch Camaro. Old school technology, 83 edition. Brett Candies, engine's not much bigger, only 330 cubic inches. But that's a whole lot of new school technology, fuel injection, computer tuning. And he's dialed in at a 943. Think that new school stuff isn't worth a little bit? About 2.5 seconds. That's what it's worth. Now the question is, will the gentleman celebrating his 50th anniversary get the win and put Candies on the trailer? He's off and running. Brett sits and waits patiently. Both drivers green to the tree. Candies using the Cobra Jet power, closing in, top end, coming, got him. 944 on a 43. 12-12 by Bogus on a 12:05. So Candies takes the Cobra Jet out of the Candies Motorsports stables into the final 4. And another gentleman celebrating an anniversary, their 43rd anniversary. Jimmy Hidalgo, the country dog, taking on Jeff Lopez, another old school, new school battle. The 91 Corvette 350 combination taking on the Copo Camaro. Johnny Gonzalez car with Jeff Lopez at the wheel. And again, a big handicap. 11-17 start for Jimmy. 9:45 for Jeffrey. Tree comes down, and the anniversary dudes are out. Jimmy goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. Jeff Lopez takes an easy 995 lap into the final 4 of Stock Eliminator. Hidalgo goes 11:38 after the 3 thousandths of a second red light. And Bill Bogus, 50th anniversary for him and his bride. Jimmy Hidalgo, 43rd anniversary for him and his bride. So happy anniversary. Everybody out there celebrating this weekend. Mike Bolris taking on Dale Hultquist now. Winner here gets to come back and run Brett Candy's Cobra Jet. They are off. They are running. Bolris. Corvette drifts a little bit out of the groove for the 72-year-old gunner out of San Antonio. That going to open up the door for Dale? Nope. 11:31, double breakout win goes to Mike. He's under by 8 thousandths. 11:01.9 on 11:06 by Dale. He's under what? Well, a bunch more. So Bolris goes to the final four. Let's hear it for the AARP contingent. There's Michael holding up his end of the deal to put him into the semifinals. Now, here's an interesting twist. Phil Giles, Brandon Bakes. This is a heads-up factory stock C battle. Winner here comes back to run Jeff Lopez, and guess what? Another factory stock C, Copo Camaro. So you're going to be talking about 2 heads-up in a row. On paper, Brandon Bakes was quicker in qualifying. Not by much, 944 to 946. Question is, who was holding back the most? Who's got the most to play? Who's going to come back and run Jeff Lopez? Whoa, baby! Brandon Bakes, the School of Automotive Machinists, stood that puppy up on the rear bumper. We saw sparks coming out of the back of the car. Tried to hang on, could not get it done, but man, what a ride. Woohoo! 949 by Giles gets the win, and into the next round he goes, but everybody's going to remember out of that pair, Brandon Bakes, the samtech.edu run, absolutely skied the front end of that car. And when it settled back down to terra firma, there were a whole lot of sparks coming out of the bottom of the car. Wow. And now Giles gets to do it again. Another heads-up race against Jeff Lopez in the semifinals. Super Street looking to make our way to our semis. 6 cars left in competition. We'll get to the twofer here in a minute. First off, it's Milo Elkins taking on the reigning champ, John Liebem. 3rd-generation racer, 22 years young. Recent college grad, driving the family milk wagon. Car that his dad used to drive many, many years ago. Milo Elkins out of Beach City, and I'm talking about right over there, he said, pointing that way. The big black Camaro. As we are into quarterfinals of Super Street action. Liebem right. Carries a 41 on the side of the car, significant of the fact that he is your reigning champion. Milo Elkins says, hey, ain't nothing but a thing. Here we go. Milo Elkins throws down a 13 thou reaction time, then runs 10.91.9 to take an 18 10,000ths margin of victory. John Liebem was trip zip perfect and then slows up to a 10.93 at 143 at the other end. He may have just given that one away down at the other end of the racetrack. He had the better light, but he let Elkins take the stripe, and Milo turned around, tips the helmet at him, and says, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Milo's going to come back to run either Wendell Shelton or Greg Parson. That's going to be Greg. As Wendell Shelton goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. So Sluggo, your multi-time division champ, Jake Sports Nationals champ, going to get the win here, 10.85 at $1.48, 10.96 by Wendell, but the red light kind of negated everything. And here comes the big one. This is a twofer and a bye run in the semifinals. 3 cars left to the final round. Ray Dew and Austin Thoreau. Now, Austin is a local campaigner here at Houston Raceway Park. First time I remember seeing him here in Super Street action. Ray Dew is a multi-time division champ. Pressure's got to be on Austin, but the way the kid, oh, and a red line start. Double, oh, one red. Oh, so close. But Ray Dew's going to get the W. And he runs dead on 9 at $144. Robert Grice, our final coming up in Sportsman Motorcycle. Robert Grice, finals in Sportsman Motorcycle. Don't know where you are, Robert, but you need to have your picture finger fluttering on your camera. Yeah, it's easy for me to say. Don't try this at home. First final round of the evening. Sportsman Motorcycle. 21 bikes started us off. We're down to 2. Dave Gautreaux looking for his second Wally of the year. Robert Sanders looking for his first. Robert's got many. He's a multi-time division champ. Dave Gautreaux says, ha, that's nothing. Sanders over on the left-hand side. Gautreaux here on the right. Handicap start. Going to go to Robert. There comes Grice. Our official and professional photographer, perched mightily atop the sidewall. Going to get a picture of our final round here in Sportsman Motorcycle. Sanders left. Dave Gautreaux right. Will the runner out of Cypress, Texas, who is a newly found Kansas City Chiefs fan, take out Gautreaux, or is Gautreaux going to put the Chiefs on the trailer? Super Stock and Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock and Super Gas, need you to the lanes. All this one's going to be all about who can drive the finish line, because they're pretty much dead even out of the gate, and it's going to be Gautreaux. Doing it again, 893 at 144. Our Louisiana champ is also our Houston champ. 893 at $144. 910 on a 906 at 139 by Sanders. But Dave runs dead on 9, 22 on the tree. Robert was 26. But Gautreaux able to chop the tree, get the win, and make his way to the winner's circle and take home his second Wally of the year. And I do believe that's number 6 career-wise for Dave. And congratulations to our Sportsman Motorcycle champion, Mr. Dave Gautreaux, River Ridge, Louisiana-based. Little 2003 Suzuki. Super Comp comes rolling in. 8 cars left in the field. Craig Anderson, a.k.a. Big Head, taking on Todd Irwin. Over here on the right-hand side, the American chassis machine for both of them. Joy S-Link's APD, Advanced Product Design, rolling test bed over there on the left-hand side for Anderson. Former division champ, former national event winner. Big Head out of Waxahachie, Texas, up on the left-hand side. Got the name many, many years ago. He was shopping for a new helmet. They brought one out. And his wife Rhonda looked at it and said, that's not big enough. He's got a big head. He does, and it's stuck. Craig Big Head Anderson getting ready to go at it now. Todd Irwin looking for a final round berth. One of them's going to go to the Final Four. One of them's race day's done. Going to be Big Head. Todd Irwin drops the top bulb. And for APD and all the boys back at the body shop in Waxahachie, Ellis County Auto Repair, Craig Anderson going to the Final Four. Wait for Todd to clear the top end of the racetrack before we line up Taryn Rickman and Steve Collier. Another couple of drivers with numerous accolades to their name. Collier, former division champ. Taryn's been a junior dragster champion. Won on the Lucas Oil Tour. A former high school champ. And hey, when she's not running on the Lucas Oil Tour, she's been known to go out and pocket a little coin. Some of the big money bracket races. Tough young campaigner, Miss Taryn Rickman. Over here on the right-hand side, recent newlywed. Got married earlier this year. Steve Collier says, shut up, Bob. She's a nice young lady, but I'm going to whoop her here in this round of eliminations. Well, we'll just have to see. Collier left, Taryn right. Green lights appear. We're off and running. Ooh, I don't know who's going to take the whooping in this one. Taryn goes 0-0-1, but Collier gets the win because Taryn breaks out. 8-8-8-8. 4 of a kind for Taryn, and that's not good. Collier runs dead on 2. Taryn had the double 0-1 light, was giving it everything she had down at the other end of the racetrack. Just took too much stripe. Handed the win right back over to Steve Collier, who said, thank you very much. I was fixing to take a whooping, and you saved me. Val Torres and Jim Jones now. Winner here gets to come back and take on Steve Collier in the semifinals. Jones on the left out of Lake Charles over Louisiana way. Val Torres going to the Final Four, the runner out of California. Over here on the right-hand side, out of Val Torres Construction, goes 8-80-9-1. Jones slows up to a 12-16 after the red light start. So it's Torres and Collier. This is one side of the semifinals. Craig Anderson's going to come back to run, the winner of the next pair. Be it Christopher Dodd. Our Trainee Cresson. Trainee, who was the winner here a year ago. He and Cole Cummings met up in the final round. Christopher, who was our Division 4 Super Cup rep last year up at the Jegs All-Stars, managed to walk home with a chunk of the prize money as a Division 4 team. Took the championship. Top Dragster and Comp Eliminator need you back to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator need you back to the lanes, please. Missing 2 in Super Gas. 2 of you in Super Gas. Need you to lanes, please. Looking for Jeff Lopez, Jerry Pollard, Jim Cap, Jordan DeWald, Austin Williams, and Chris Best. I don't know who's back there and who's not, but 4 of you are and 2 of you aren't. Green lights a pair. Here we go. Can last year's champ hold on? Make it to the finals again. Womp, 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 womp. He's getting closer. 8-9-0-4. So it'll be Trainee and Big Head. Next round of eliminations. Final 4. Battle in Super Comp. Craig taking on Trainee. Collier taking on Torres. Louisiana taking on Texas. Louisiana taking on California. So semifinals in Super Comp. About to set the semifinals in Super Stock. 5 cars left in this eliminator category. Clint Rigby and Slade Cummings going to do battle. Winner's going to come back to take on Jeffrey Miller for a shot at the final round. Slate right side, the GTD automatic, Little Cavalier from Mosier Engineering. Also out of the Phil Hollingsworth Race Stables. Clint Rigby for Lucas Oil. And hammering this car, the 69 Camaro Big Block Super Stock F automatic entry. 10:03 the dial. Not quite 2 full bulbs. Handicap start going to go to Clint. Red light start, Slate Cummings. He turns it red by 1,000th of a second. So it'll be Rigby and Miller in the semifinals, and Clint drives it out the back door to a 10 flat. Slate, after the 001 red, picks the foot up off the throttle. Says words like golly gee, son of a gun, gee willikers, and dag nabbit even. Coasts across 72 miles an hour. Hunter Perdala and Brenda Grubbs. Now, this is the big one. As again, top dragster and cop eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Because we will come back next round of eliminations with Miller, Rigby, and the winner of this battle. Hunter Perdala on the left side, Brenda Grubbs on the right. The winner here will have the bye run, a very important twofer, and a free ride into the final round. Brenda Wright for NPD. Hunter Perdala on the left. Kidsbury, Texas-based runner out in front, but here comes Brenda Grubbs. Top end, closing in, not going to get there. 16 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory. Perdala had not the better light. Brenda had the better light, but Brenda runs 9:21 on a 17. 10:19 on a 10:17 by Perdala, and 16 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory as they cross the finish line down at the other end of the racetrack, and Hunter goes to the finals. The only question is, will he run Jeff Miller in this car, or will he run Clint Rigby in the Lucas Oil Camaro? Miller's Super G automatic. Able to get around Larry Cummings, the godfather of the Cummings clan, the Mosier Engineering team. Last round of eliminations to pick up the free ride here. Takes the Camaro down to 3, shuts it off to a 996. 115 mile an hour run, and our semifinals now set in super stock. Again, top dragster, comp eliminator. Final 4 contestants. If you're not in the lanes yet, we need you there now, please. Come on down. Super Gas, 6 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our final 3. Jeff Lopez and Jerry Pollard going to be duking it out for that bye run to the final round. 6 cars left in eliminations. Getting close to putting this one into the record books, boys and girls. what was shaping up to be a pretty good battle between Jeff Lopez and Jerry Pollard suddenly becomes very anticlimactic as Jerry Pollard's Mustang broke. Cannot answer the bell, so Jeff Lopez gets a bye here, gets a bye in the semifinals, and gets a berth in the finals. Wonder if I could borrow Jeff Lopez rabbit's foot someday. Shoosh. Tough break for Jerry Pollard. The way that Mustang been running, it was on fire. Top dragster, top sportsman, Cop Eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, come on down. Top dragster, Cop Eliminator, and top sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. We work our way through Houston Cheap Fireworks. Super gas action. Lopez cruises through 987 at $1.59. And he'll be back for the final three. Chris Best and Austin Williams going to come up next. 5 cars left in the field at this stage of the game. 3 roadsters, 2 door cars. Well, a door car and a door truck, but you get the idea. Best on the left out of Plano. Austin out of Waxahachie. Yortech Energy. Chevrolet Camaro roadster over here on the right-hand side. Best with the Nicky Nova. Out of Best Family Racing. Got a tough customer in Austin. Let's see what happens. That's going to be who drives the finish line stripe better. Best left, Austin right. Austin gets the win. 992 at 156. Austin was second off the line, but Best only runs a 999 at $1.50 at the other end of the racetrack, and you cannot do that against young Austin Williams. So it's 1 roadster, 2 roadsters into the finals. Now is it going to be 3 roadsters? Could be. Jim Cap, number 2 in the world last year, taking on the young lady out of Tyler. Miss Jordan DeWald, the Freedom Rocks Realty 37 Chevrolet pickup. Gorgeous truck. Boy, I hope you had an opportunity to make your way through the pit area today and take a look at this machine. The truck bed cover, autographed by numerous vets from around the country. And Jordan DeWald and her dad, very, very proud of all the work. Mark and Benny and Jordan. Jordan waiting on Jim Cap. Jim Cap waiting on Jordan. Jordan lights the top bulb. Cap likes to stage last. Now we'll see who does. Jordan goes right in. Jim goes right in. Tree's green, away we go. A little bit better out of the gate. Holding a couple of Hondas. They went by the tree. Jordan DeWald, but she goes too quick. 987 at $1.53. Dead on 7 by Jim Cap. 9907. He was 30 on the tree. Jordan was 11. She had him dead to rights. Just took a little bit too much stripe down at the other end of the racetrack, and that comes with experience and seat time. So it'll be Jim Cap and Austin Williams in the semifinals. They'll duke it out to see who comes back to run Jeff Lopez. But a great run through eliminations by Jordan DeWald. And then a Freedom Rocks Realty 37 Chevrolet pickup. Gorgeous, gorgeous super gas race vehicle. Somebody's going to be taking home that big fireworks pack from Houston Cheap Fireworks and Shannon Brinkley. Is it going to be Jeffrey? Is it going to be Austin? Or is it going to be Jim? One thing about it, we know it's not going to leave Texas. It's either going to head north or stay here in the south. So, semifinals, top dragster, semifinals, comp eliminator, and semifinals, top sportsman. If you're not in the lanes yet, you're tardy. We need you, we want you, we gots to have you. Four cars left in top dragster. We're down to Aaron Stanfield, Paul Luley, Winnette Hudgens, and Mark Jones. Three cars left in comp eliminator. Chase Williams, Brian Browl, and Sean Dodd. And our top sportsman, our Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center, top sportsman category, down to our four semifinalists as well. Bob Galletti, Kyle Firestone, Alan Firestone, and Trent Wilson. Well, don't you know Alan and Kyle love to run each other in the final round? Don't you just know it? Stock Eliminator, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas. Need you the lanes, please. Semifinalists, Stock, Super Street, Super Stock, Super Gas. Need you back to the lanes, please. All right, semifinals. Who's going to the final round? Mark Jones has been here before at Houston. Winnette Hudgens standing in his way right now. 610 the dial for Winnette, 616 the dial for Mark. Mark's on the right, Winnette's on the left. Final round bound, one of them. Jones hikes the front end up in the air, sets it back down. Winnette right alongside of him, but it's going to be Jones going to the finals. 618 out of 616, and Kelly at home doing a happy dance one more time. 614 by Winnette. Mark had the better light, turns it into the win light by 33 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack. So Jones keeps on keeping on, and final round bound. Super Stock, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. The question is, who's going to run Mark Jones in that final round? Is it going to be Aaron? Is it going to be Paul? Stanfield up on the left, Luley on the right. 623 to a 612 dial. Paul Luley over here on the O'Reilly side is going to go first. And then we're going to see what Aaron Stanfield can do, if he can reel him in. The hope was there for Paul and Tony to run in the finals, but that kind of ran into, well, Mark Jones in the last round of elimination, so that happened. Now Paul's got to get around Aaron to give himself a chance in that final round. Stanfield, left 612. Luley right, 623. Trees lit. It's green. Simply amazing. Trip, zip, zero. Triple zipple. Aaron Stanfield gets the win, 614 on a 612. 219 miles an hour, 621 by Luley on a 623. He was second off the line and, well, late getting there. So it'll be Stanfield and Jones and the Wally for top dragster here at Houston. Going ahead to Louisiana. That I can guarantee. Question is, they're going to go to northern Louisiana? Going to go to southern Louisiana? Well, we'll be finding that out here in a little bit. 3 cars left in competition eliminator. We know Chase Williams going to be one of our final round contestants as he was able to get around Craig Bourgeois a little bit earlier. Question is going to be, is he going to run Sean Dodd's door car? Is he going to run Brian Brow's dragster? For Brian and Debbie, making the tow from Lafayette, Indiana. 1,100-mile jaunt down the highways and the byways to get to Houston Raceway Park for this weekend's competition out of Brow Bell Housing. Brow Performance up in Indiana. Brian has certainly earned his spot. He's been able to get around Eric Enders, Troy Galbraith. Now looking at Sean Dodd. See if he can take on Chase. Sean Dodd able to get around a red lighting Justin Hutto, round number 2, and a red lighting Scott Cascio. So the red bulbs have been in Sean Dodd's favor so far this evening. Let's see if he can keep it going one more round. Earn that spot in the finals against Chase. And another red light against Sean. Wow, that is 3 in a row to put Sean Dodd into the final rounds. 9:16 by Dodd at 106 miles an hour as the scoreboard lit up. Brian Brown just a little antsy on the starting line. Could not wait. So red light start by Sean Dodd, a red light start by Scott Cascio, and a red light start by Brian Brow. The last 3 rounds of eliminations put Sean Dodd into the finals. Well, he'll take on this car, Chase Williams. As we've explained a couple of times already today, if you have the allotted buy run, you have the ability to fire the car, stage it under its own power, accept the green light, and in NHRA rules and regulations, that gives you the win for that round. You do not have to make a run down the racetrack, and Chase elects not to. So Chase Williams, Sean Dodd, final round bound, competition eliminator, and we are down to 4 cars in our Scoggin Dickey Race Shop, top sportsman category. Trent Wilson and Alan Firestone, Bob Galletti, and Kyle Firestone. And all I can say is get ready to hold on to your hat because I think it's fixing to get interesting.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Finalists, Super Street and Super Comp semi-finalists, need you back to the lanes, please. All right. Final four top sportsmen. Firestone and Galletti. Young Firestone. Kyle. Darth Vader. 51 Chevrolet. Elite Motorsports Power underneath the hood. Bob Galletti right, our left side. The New Tech Global. 67 Shelby. Got a 627 up on the scoreboard. Gee, I find that shocking. Seeing as that's all he's run this weekend. It's 27-2, 27-8, 27-7, and 27-7. Nigh under incredible. Kyle Firestone's got a 678 up on his side of the racetrack on the O'Reilly scoreboard, so he's going to go first. Just a blink of an eye over a half a second handicap start. Can he put Darth Vader, that low running, 51 Chevrolet, into the final round. Galletti left. Kyle right. Semifinals. Wow, red light start by Bob Galletti as Kyle Firestone turned Darth Vader sideways. But that's a win for Kyle because Bob Galletti goes 0-0-4 red and shuts it off to a 665. Kyle Firestone came off the line, the car where you could see the left-hand side from my point in the tower. And I'm sitting on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and that's not good. So we got half of an all-Firestone final round. Trent Wilson's the only thing standing in the way now of an all-Firestone final round. Boy, don't you know Bob Galletti's going to be sick? 004 red, and Firestone gets it sideways. Coasts across with a 17-second elapsed time. 17:57. 69 miles an hour. It's going faster than that on the way here this morning. You have to go faster than that out on I-10 and they run you over. Yeah, really. Trent Wilson, Alamo Hot Rod Parts, Butimus. Early model Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Firestone there on the left, number 3 in the world last year. Your reigning Division 5 top sportsman champ. See if it's going to be an all Firestone final round. Boy, don't you know the guys from Elite Motorsports would love it? Yes, they would. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Firestone out first. And it's an all Firestone final round. 661, 204 miles an hour. 663 by Trent. At 209 at the finish line stripe, 19 thousandths of a second. There were 16 thousandths of a second here on the starting line, advantage Allen. So we know it's going to be a Firestone, your winner, in our Skog and Dickey Performance Center. Top sportsman category, don't know if it's going to be Kyle or going to be Allen, but either way, there's going to be joy in Velma tonight. That's Velma, Oklahoma, by the way. There might even be a party here in Baytown. Gee, with the Elite Motorsports gang having both cars in the final round, I'll guarantee you there'll be a party in Baytown. Duh. Courtney probably be leading it, too. Very possible. It's very possible. Yes, indeed. So our finals are set. Top dragster, comp eliminator, and top sportsman. Now it's time to set finals in the rest of our categories. Stock eliminator, we already see Brett Candies out here underneath the tower. Super Street, we're missing 2 of you is my understanding. Super Street, we need you to the lanes. There's only 3 of you left in eliminations. So Milo Elkins, Greg Parsons, Ray Dew, need you to lanes, please. 1 of you is already there. 1 of you, 2 of you ain't. Aren't, isn't. No está aquí. So Michael Bullrus, Brett Candies, Phil Giles, Jeff Lopez. A heads-up factory stock C battle one more time. We could have an all-factory stock hot rod final round. Only thing standing in the way is Michael Bullrus. There's 2 Copos and a Cobra Jet. And Michael Bullrus with his 90 Corvette. Bullrus on 11:31. Brett on a 9:43. Now, Brett's done a very nice job of sitting and waiting patiently on all of his big handicap starts, and here's another one. Not quite 2 full second. Handicap start, going to go to Bullrus. Over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 72 years young, out of San Antonio. You think he's not out here having fun? Yippee skippy, baby. Let me tell you. Making it down to the final 4 in this field of stock eliminator cars. Oh, and a red light start. Golly gee willikers. Brett Candies going to the final rounds. Bullrus goes red, leaving the starting line, and Brett runs through 9:42 at a $1:43, 11:30 at a $1:16 for Michael. Gave it a good run. Had a great run going. Super Cop and Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Cop and Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. So we know one of our finalists, Brett Candies. We know it's going to be an all-factory hot rod final round. And we know it's going to be Ford Mustang versus Chevrolet Camaro in that final round. Only question is, which Camaro? Phil Giles, right side. Number 17 qualifier, Jeff Lopez left. This is another heads-up factory stock C battle coming at us. In case you're wondering, Brett Candies is a factory stock B entry, so no more heads-up after this. First one to the finish line wins. Saw what happened to the last pair. Huge wheel stand. Came out of Brandon Bakey's cars. Right now, it's just a matter of who's going to get to the stripe first. Giles had the better light, but Jeff able to outrun him and takes the ace door and repair machine of Johnny Gonzalez into the final rounds, where it'll be Lopez and Candies. 2 very tough customers duking it out in the final round. Ford Mustang, Cobra Jet. Chevrolet Copo Camaro. Final round, stock eliminator. So we know our top sportsman finalists. We know our comp finalists. We know our top dragster finalists. We know our stock finalists. We know one of our Super Street finalists is Ray Dew. The only question we have yet to determine is who's he going to run. Milo Elkins and Greg Parsons getting ready to come up. I see Cindy out there waiting on Ray to come up. Our multi-time Super Street Crew Chief of the Year award winner. Oh, shucks. You earned it, darling. Let me tell you. You got to put up with Ray. That gets your Crew Chief of the Year award. Yeah. Speaking of Mr. Dew, here he is. Multi-time division champ. Going into the final round. It could be a multi-time division champ taking on a multi-time division champ. Or it could be Ray Dew against Milo Elkins. Aha! Yes. And I see Milo's car. And there's Greg. Okay. All here and accounted for. Ray Dew. Jeg's All-Star rep. Mosier shootout champ. Division 4 champ. Multi-time over. Out of League City. I mean, go out of here, hang a left on 146 over the bridge, and, well, you're almost home. Almost. Ray gets the bye run. 3 cars left in our Super Street field. He'll come back to run the winner of the next pair. Raymond off and running. Little tune-up run going into the final round. Hey, I can't think of a better place to have a free ride. Semifinals? Yeah, it'll work. 1088, buck 44, 11 on the tree by Ray. I think he's ready. Now, who's he going to run? Going to be Milo? Going to be Greg. Milo Elkins out of Beach City, another driver close to home. Beach City just right behind the tower, basically. 68 Camaro, big block for the local runner. Greg Parsons coming in from Bullard, Texas, driving Olin Gocher's Sluggo 77 Nova. Another 4-time division champ. Another JEGS Sports Nationals champ. Greg Parsons and Ray Dew, their litany of accolades, pretty much mirror images of each other. Milo Elkins says, all that in a box of rocks. Green lights appear, and here we go. One light's going to go to Milo, and into the finals he goes. 10:89.4 beats a 10:88.5 on a double breakout. 9 thousandths of a second. Milo taking that home field advantage for the runner out of Beach City and taking it all the way to the final round. So Elkins and Ray Dew will meet up in the finals of Super Street. Our 1090 category is now ready for the final round. Super Stock getting ready to roll in next. 3 cars left in the eliminator field. Clint Rigby and Jeff Miller going to do battle. Super Stock semifinals. Jeff Miller, Clint Rigby. Going to do battle. One of them's going to come back to run Hunter Perdala. Driving the side low. Pontiac up there on the left-hand side. He'll be coming out of the water box here in a minute, but right now it's Jeffrey and Clint. Miller on a 981, Rigby on a 10 flat. Miller, who works for the Emmons Motorsports Autoplex, down on 45. Rigby, who drives the Lucas Oil Emmons car, and Clint goes red. Miller going to the final round, the Super G automatic entry. Making its way in, runs 981, dead on 3 at 133 miles an hour. Clint lit the red bulb and shuts it down, coasts across at a 67 mile an hour pace. And here comes Hunter. Hunter driving for David Seidlow this weekend. GTG automatic. Pontiac Firebird there on the left-hand side. Runner out of Kinsbury, Texas. 25-year-old youngster. Doing a masterful job. It'll be him and Jeff Miller in the finals. And Hunter's just going to take the light and cruise on down the boulevard. So an easy semifinal win for him, and finals now set up. He'll be taking on Jeffrey. GTG Automatic taking on a Superstock G Automatic. Super Comp comes rolling in. The Larice Motorsports Insurance fleet all race cars out here. Understand all 4 of these cars representing Larice Motorsports Insurance. Val Torres from California coming up on the right-hand side. Steve Collier out of Louisiana there on the left. 890s go up on the scoreboards. And then last year's champ will be in the next pair. Looking to see if he can go to the final round one more time. Val Harmon won this race on back-to-back years. And he says, I can do it too. Just got to get there to do it. Got to have the opportunity. Collier left side, tough gunner. Undercover chassis car, Sunset Power Plant, Val Torres, TNT chassis. Don't know who does Val's engines, but certainly very capable competitor. Very tough competitor from the West Coast. Green lights appear, we're off and running. Collier left, Torres right. 003 light, Steve Collier turns on the win with an 890 with a 5. How about an 8,000s package? Val Torres runs dead zero, 8,900. But he was 25 on the tree. And let me do the math here. Yep, that leaves you 17 thousandths of a second short once you get to the finish line. Because Collier was 003, dead 5. And that, boys and girls, was a good old drag race. Craig Anderson, a.k.a. Big Head, taking on Trene Cresson. Out of the gate they go. Big Head, APD, Advanced Design. They're on the left-hand side. Trene on the right. Breakout by Trene goes 8, 8, 7, 7. 2 pair may be good at the poker table, but it's not worth a hoot here in the semifinals of Super Comp. And Craig Anderson goes 8,902. So let's see. Collier goes 8,903. And Anderson goes 8,902. I think they might be dialed. So our finals are set in Super Comp. Craig Anderson taking on Steve Collier. Super Gas got to wait for Jeff Lopez to make his way back from Stock Eliminator Racing. Jump in the Super Gas car. And we will be down to all of our final round contestants. And I will put out the all call. All of our final round contestants will take you back to the lanes just as quick as you can make it. Stock Eliminator, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Stock. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman. Down to the finals. Semifinals in Super Gas, waiting on one car, and I'd be willing to bet my money that it's Jeff Lopez because, well, he just went down track in Stock. He's got to come back and jump in Super Gas ride. Jim Cap, Austin Williams, and Jeff Lopez. Now, if that isn't a trio of names to draw to, whew. Number 2 in the world last year, former champ and former champ. 2 champs and I came so damn close. Very close. Jim Cap gave it a hell of a run last year. Went down to almost the last race of the season, if memory serves me correctly. It'll be Cap and Williams. All right, our final semifinal of the evening, and then it's final round time, and we need all of our finalists back to the lanes, please. All of our finalists need you back to the staging lanes, please. Austin Williams, Jim Cap, going to do battle, see which one of them gets to take on Jeff Lopez. Like we said a moment ago, that's a pretty good trio of cars to draw to. Jim Cap, number 2 in the world last year. Austin Williams, a former champ in stock and super comp. Jeff Lopez, former champ in super gas. Whew. Now, let me tell you, the list of wins for all of them is quite long. Division champs, national event winners. Wow. All right, semifinals, Super Gas. Jim Cap left side, Austin Williams right. Roadsters times 3. Remember earlier today I told you Roadsters kind of dominated here in Super Gas? Well, here's my living proof. Green lights are off and running. Identical numbers in the reaction times. A little bit different order, but identical numbers. Austin Williams, 20 on the tree, runs 990 with a 2. 992 and 002 by Jim Cap. Let's see, that's a 22 thousandths package and a 22 thousandths package. Side by side, Austin Williams by 1/10,000th of a second gets the finish line stripe. He was 20 on the tree, runs dead on 2. Cap was 002, runs dead on 20. Wow. And the winner gets to take on Jeff Lopez. I mean, that's going to be anticlimactic after that run. Yeah, Lopez goes 001 and then shuts it off to a 1044. He doesn't want to show what he's got. So our finals are set in all of our categories now. And again, it is final round time. Need all of our final round combatants back to the lanes, please. Final round combatants need you back to the staging lanes, please. Time to crown some champions. Do want to remind all of our racers, our winners and runner-ups, you do need to stop by the scales for contingency verification. And we also need to remind all of our racers, if you're in the money, that you've got to go to the NHRAracer.com, link the event to get your W-9 form filled out and email it to the track for payout. Again, all checks will be mailed, but only if we have your W-9 on file. You need to go to the NHRAracer.com, click on the event link, fill out your W-9, and email it to the track to be sure you get paid. And again, all winners, all runner-ups must stop at the scales for contingency verification, if you would please. Stock, final round contestants. Super Stock, final round contestants. Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator. Need you all to the lanes, please. Final round. Time to crown some champions. Come on down. put it back in the office.
Alright, well now you can go out in the pit area and check on a really sticky ass fan.
I got David's here. Where's it at?
About probably 3 rows in, on this side it just has the wall pit. Not in the pit, but around the pit. You know, the wall, the 37 Chevy truck with the guy.
Yep. And looks like our first final round of our car competition, since we've already crowned our Sportsman Motorcycle champ. And again, congratulations to Dave Gotro, picking up Wally number 2 this year. But here we go with Top Dragster. Wake up, Kelly. Might be time for another happy dance. Mark Jones doing his burnout over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, and Aaron Stanfield. Do believe Aaron was in the finals here a year ago. Need to check my notes real quick. Hang on. So many races and only so much memory bank. That's in me, not the computer. Jones going to be dialed in 6:15. Aaron on a 6:12. So a pretty minuscule handicap start. Yep, Aaron was in the finals last year. Came up a little bit short to J.R. Baxter. In fact, Aaron was in 2 finals here last year. Super Stock and Top Dragster. Back to the final round here in Top Dragster. Can he come up one round longer, or is Mark Jones going to walk away with another Houston Wally? Green lights a pair. Jones hikes the front end up, drifts a little out of the groove, eases it right back in, and gets the win. 6:16. Mark Jones, your Top Dragster champ. Aaron Stanfield, 6:15. 2:21, 24 thousandths of a second. Difference at the finish line. Mark Jones was 11 on the tree. Aaron Stanfield was 10. That, boys and girls, a good old-fashioned drag race. And Kelly Jones at home, probably doing a little bit more than a happy dance. She's doing cartwheels and flip-flops and hooting and hollering. I'll guarantee it. But the happy dance is what it's all about. Mark Jones picks up the W. And into the record books goes his name. And on to the mantle will go another Wally. from here at Houston Raceway Park. And again, all of our final round combatants need you back to the lanes, please. All of our final round combatants need you back to the staging lanes, please. Each and every one of you. Come on down. All right, again, all of our final round combatants need you to lanes, please. Hey, I want to put out a special tip of the cap to a young man from home based here in the Houston area, SalterRacing.com. Travis Salter, all the work that he helped do this weekend to get everybody in and situated in park. Travis, want to say thank you. Certainly appreciate everything that you've done here at the racetrack, and, of course, everything that you do through SalterRacing.com for all of the racers as well. Tip of the cap to you, sir. Even though you lose at Domino's, but tip of the cap to you. Quit laughing, Bobby. And looks like our Super Street final is going to be coming up next. Hey, folks, do want to remind you all we need to keep those golf carts cleaned up down there in front of the tower. We got a couple of them getting out here on the racing surface, like that white one right there and that white one over there. Need to keep them cleaned up here, boys and girls. Getting a little congestion going. Appreciate everybody's help. Thank you much. Thank you, sir. All right, Super Street, final round. Milo Elkins, the hometown runner. Of course, then again, so's Ray Dew. Milo's from Beach City, which is over here behind the back of the tower. Ray Dew's from League City, which is just up and over the bridge. 1090's up on the scoreboard. One of them's going to take home a Wally. One of them isn't. But it's going to stay here in the Houston area. That we know for sure. For sure. Milo up on the left side. Big block, Camaro. Ray on the right. Bigger block, Nova. And understand we need to have all of our winners come down the return road so we can run them through the winner's circle and then out the short chute back to the pit area. So we need to keep that area open over there. Keep the golf carts open. Ray Dew off and running. Milo Elkins off and running. Win light's going to go to Milo. How about that? 10.907 at $1.35. He was better out of the gate. Takes the stripe by 15 thousandths of a second. And Milo Elkins out of Beach City, Texas, right over here behind the tower, gets the win. It'll be a wild time in Beach City tonight, if they get that far. They may just stay here at the track and celebrate and hoot and holler and carry on. 10.89.7 for Ray Dew, as he comes up just a little bit too quick here in the final rounds by 3 thousandths of a second. Again, all of our final round contestants need you to lanes, please. Cop Eliminator here, getting ready to go. Sean Dodd, Chase Williams. Chase Williams, B Dragster Automatic out of the number 6 qualifying spot. Sean Dodd out of the number 5 qualifying spot. Chase been able to get around the Dragster of Dick Maris, the Dragster of Craig Bourgeois. Now let's see if he can get around the door car of Sean Dodd. Sean Dodd, red light start against him by Justin Hutto, red light start against him by Scott Cascio, and a red light start against him by Brian Brown. But you know what? They're all W's. And if you aren't on the line, you can't pick up the W. And Sean Dodd has been there each and every round. Chase Williams is going to be giving chase. Sean's on an 864 index. Chase on a 728. As he get ready to make their way down track. Cop Eliminator, final round. Who's going to pick up the Wally? Going to be Chase. Going to be Sean. Don't know, but we're going to find out here real quick. Green lights a pair this time. Here comes Chase. Trying to reel in Sean Dodd, top in. Got it done. 680. 176 miles an hour and 829 by Sean Dodd. Gave it a run at $1.62, but Chase Williams able to chase him down. And the Williams clan out of Carthage, Texas, gets to celebrate tonight. Mom will be happy. Dad will be happy. The whole crew be hooting and hollering and high-fiving. And smiling, even. Congratulations, Chase Williams. Greg Williams, Judy Williams, and everybody out of the Williams camp and the Williams Racing stable on the Comp Eliminator win. Sean Dodd gave it a good run. Sean, Christopher, and all the rest of the Dodd clan. Pretty good run through Comp Eliminator just to get to the final round, let me tell you. Looks like Supercomp getting ready to come up next. Final pair here in the 890 category. Steve Collier and Craig Anderson. Big head over here on the right-hand side. Runner out of Waxahachie. Take I-45 north till you get to Ennis. Hang a left on 287. You'll be at Craig's place. Steve Collier out of Benton, Louisiana. Pull out of here, hang a right on 10, and, well, you'll get there eventually. APD, big motor, American chassis car for Anderson, Sunset Racecraft, undercover car for Collier. Green lights a pair. We are off. We are running. We are headed for the final stripe, the final race here in Super Comp. Going to be Collier getting the win. 891.3 beats an 891.7. Margin off the line, advantage Collier by 12 thou. Advantage at the stripe, Collier by 16 thou. So congratulations to Steve Collier. Picking up the Super Cup win here this weekend. Over big head Craig Anderson. Gave it a good run, 891.7 to an 891.3. Collier just a little bit better leaving the starting line. And that was enough to close the door on the other end of the racetrack. A super stock comes rolling up. $100 dollar. GTG automatic. Jeff Miller is Super Stock G automatic. A more conventional Super Stock car, the small block 350 Camaro for the runner out of Friendswood. Per dollar driving for David Seidlow this weekend. The Pontiac Formula, big block combination, GTG automatic entry. Miller getting around the Godfather and Clint Rigby in the last couple of rounds of racing. Hunter able to get around Brenda Grubbs. Young Mr. Mahi. Hasn't been an easy road for either one of them to get to the final round. But here they are. Green lights a pair. We are off and running. Hunter hits the tree with a 008 light. Lights up the scoreboard. Dead on 6. How about a 14 thousandths package for Hunter? Jumps in a car for the weekend. Says, hey, this is easy. 10-18-6, 008 on the tree on a 10-18 dial. Jeff Miller was 26 leaving the starting line. Runs 980 with a 4, trying to track him down, but it was not going to happen. So congratulations to Hunter. Picking up the Super Stock win this weekend. May have just earned himself a seat in that car. $100 dollar. Your Super Stock winner. Stock Eliminator getting ready to come up. Battle of the Factory Muscle Cars. The Cobra Jet. Factory Stock B entry. and Jeff Lopez and the factory stock C entry. Lopez got to hustle his way down track, then turn around and come back for the finals in Super Gas. See if he can go double up. 1 for 2 or odd for 2. Going to be a tough competitor either way it goes. But a battle of the factory stock cars, the factory hot rods, the Cobra Jet left side, the Mustang. Copo Camaro on the right side. Ford versus Chevrolet, what drag racing has been about for years and years and years. 943 to a 946. Candi's going to give a little bit of a handicap start to Lopez. And see if he can track him down. Out of the gate they go. Separated off the line by only 5 thousandths of a second. And Brett Candies picks up the win. 946 at $140 for speed. 949 by Jeff at 140 miles an hour. The margin of victory, Brett Candies, 9 thousandths of a second. He had 5 of them leaving the starting line. Picked up 4 more going down track. And Brett Candies, your stock eliminator champ, here this evening at Houston Raceway Park. And we are down to 2 categories to crown champs. Top Sportsman and Super Gas. And like I said, Jeff Lopez going down track in the stocker. Come back, jump into Super Stock or Super Gas ride for his final round there. And in the meantime, our final round in Top Sportsman, the Firestone family feud. Alan Firestone and Kyle Firestone for Elite Performance. Getting ready to do battle. That's Dad over there on the left-hand side, Alan Firestone. He's got the new hot rod, the 2016 bodied Camaro. Kyle's got the old hot rod, the old 51 Chevrolet. Yeah, ain't nothing old about that car except the body style. Firestone, a pair. Dad versus son. Alan versus Kyle. Great way to round out the evening here in our Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center, Top Sportsman category. Congratulations to all of our champs. Been a hard-fought day, been a long day of elimination. A couple of rain delays, but yet here we are. Just about to put all into the record books. Alan on the left, 659 to Dow. Kyle on the right, 678. And knowing Alan and Kyle, pretty much guarantee you they're going to run for bragging rights. Might be a side wager on this one as well. Kyle out of the gate. Alan out of the gate. Identical reaction times between the two of them. Alan gets the win. He goes 660 on a 659. 677-2 by Kyle on a 678. They were both 11 on the reaction timers, and Kyle breaks out by 8 thou, taking 23 thou stripe. Alan gets the win. He goes 660 on a 659 to claim the victory and the title. But I'm here to tell you, that's a pretty good old final round between father and son, with Dad getting bragging rights. Well, at least till next race. Congratulations to Alan Firestone, our Top Sportsman champ. Our Super Gas finals yet to come. And like I said, we got to wait for Jeff Lopez make his way back from the other end of the racetrack, and the finals in stock. Jump into the Super Gas Roadster and come back around. See who's going to be our Super Gas champion. So hang on. We got one more run to go. Again, do want to remind all of our racers, if you have not yet gone online, NHRAracer.com, clicked on the event link, filled out your W-9, and emailed it to the track. If you have money coming, you need to get that done ASAP so they can send you your check. Because we do have to have that done before money can be passed out. And again, all of our winners need to make their way back down the return road. Winner circle set up over here in the short chute. We'll get the photographs taken. And we'll get you headed back to the pit area. Super Gas Finals, the last one to go before we crown all of our champs and put it into the books. And one final yet to go. Our Super Gas battle getting ready to come up. Austin Williams and Jeff Lopez, pair of former national champs, going to do battle, checking their weather stations for the last time, making the final adjustments, the final settings, before we send our final pair of cars down the racetrack. On behalf of everybody here at Houston Raceway Park, I want to say thanks to all of our competitors here this weekend. Over 350 cars on the grounds. On behalf of Austin Hayward, Seth Angel, and the rest of the crew here at Houston, certainly appreciate everybody coming out. For our fans that have been in the stands and here with us this weekend as well, appreciate you coming. Most certainly do. On behalf of everybody with the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series program and part of the division of NHRA, our sincere thanks as well. Appreciate you coming out. Been a bit of an unusual weekend with, well, the extraneous activities that had to take place and took place. Sound like our final round battlers are getting ready to come around the corner, though. And it'll be Jeff Lopez, Austin Williams, a couple of gentlemen who have stood on stage out in California at Seasons End and claimed respective national championships in stock, Super Comp, and Super Gas. And our final pair getting ready to go at it here. Jeff will be up on the left. 63 Corvette Roadster. Austin Williams on the right, the 68 Camaro Roadster. And the call goes out, and we're ready. Fire 'em up, boys. Final pair. Final round. Race number 3, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour here in Division 4 competition. Off to San Antonio in a couple of weeks. Then we'll be off for a while. Doubleheader in Dallas and an event in Noble, Oklahoma will round out our season. And you know what? It'll be here before we know it. Final round. Final pair. Final race. Jeff Lopez, Austin Williams. 990 up on the scoreboard. Who's going to cut the light and run the number? Well, I'll guarantee you both of them will. Austin's already been victorious on a virtual dead heat. Now the question is, what's Jeff got for Austin? And the other question is, what's Austin got for Jeff? We're fixing to find out. Top bulb's lit. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair. A little bit better out of the gate, Lopez, but here comes Austin closing in, top end. Winner circle says give it to Jeffrey. 9907 beats a 991.0. Lopez was 004 off the line. Austin was 19 on the tree, and the margin of victory. Jeff Lopez, 18 thousandths of a second. And boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gents, want to say thank you to each and every one of our contestants. Congratulations to all of our winners. Jeff Lopez there in Super Gas. Chase Williams in Competition Eliminator. Hunter Perdala taking up the win in Super Stock. Brent Candies in Stock Eliminator. Steve Collier in Super Comp. Milo Elkins picking up the win in the celebration for the party in Beach City in Super Street. Dave Gotro, our Sportsman Motorcycle champ. Mark Jones in Top Dragster. And how about that Top Sportsman final round? Firestones all the way around with Dad DeVete and son. Alan taking out Kyle. On behalf of Warren Evans and everybody at DragRacer.tv, want to thank you all for tuning in, being part of our program here this weekend. Enjoyed having everybody online being a portion of our program. And on behalf of everybody here with Houston Raceway Park, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, for my good friend Warren Evans, I'm Bob Unkerfer saying good night, everybody. We'll see you from San Antonio.